Great! You made it! As always, I'm excited to have you. Nervous about what you're going to say. But I'm here for it. See, because Question Time was founded on a longing for us to talk to one another through open dialogue, active listening, and the sharing of opinions and facts. See, we strive to move past the texting and get back to the good old days. You know, the days where audible words were used to convey a message and talk to people. I know, it's scary, but we can do it together. Now, there are a few things that are required before we start. One, we will be respectful, considerate, and courteous. We will also know that feelings might get hurt because not everybody agrees with everybody. But when all is said and done, we will leave not in hate, but in love and understanding. Number two, you can join the live by clicking the link pinned. Note that you do need to share the join, unless it's one of those pop on, pop off type of shows. However, if you plan to be on the panel for a prolonged period of time, and you know what I mean, be kind and share the show to your page. See, this shows us that you want your people to chime in, that you support our growth, and that you are encouraging us to press on to being a brilliantly successful show. Now, if you can't do that for Question Time's expansion, we get it, we understand. But you also have to understand that you can comment in the comment section. Cry about it to your mom. Okay? Now, let's get started. Raw News No Fluff presents to you Question Time with me, your host, Brandy Grant. I'll be back in 1 minute. Hi, and welcome. Welcome to Question Time, where we have time for questions. Yeah, I said that. And that's what I meant. So I just need you guys to do me a solid. My hands are super ashy, but I need y'all to do me a favor. Go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube page right there on your screen. Go ahead and share. Sharing is showing Brandy that you're caring. Share to your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter, wherever you share stuff, and like. I want to see those hearts. I want to see love in the air. Speaking of love, let's talk Love is Blind. Okay. While hosts come on or co-hosts come on or whatnot, you guys can talk to me about sorry, I had to send a text message. To let someone know that you can watch where you're watching. So we're talking Love is Blind. And for some amazing reason, I feel like it's kind of getting better. The first season was really good because you didn't know what was going on, you were confused, whatnot. But this season really spunked me. And I said that because I meant that. It spunked me. Like, I don't want to give it away. Or at least what I've seen so far, I don't want to give it away. But it spunked me. Like, how dare, hey, Deacon, not desperate. How are you?
I am well. How are you?
I'm good,
Why are you
Deacon,
looking
not desperate.
Deacon not desperate, right? Just roll
But
with
do
it.
you watch the show Love Is Blind?
No.
Okay,
Is it a
well, you
reality
just
show or is it a like a written show?
it's a reality show.
No.
Okay, that's fine. So on this show, there is I would love to go on the show. I would actually Love Is Blind. You hear me? Come on, let's talk. I would love to go on this show, but it's basically you're talking to somebody through a wall. You can't see them, they can't see you. All you can do is hear a voice, have a conversation, which is how things should go. But anyway, so there's this one girl on this show named AD. Her name is Amber something. When I say sis got a body on her, sis got a body on her. But the dude she was choosing between two
What's
dudes,
her
and it
name?
was just, huh?
What's her name?
Are you about to Google her?
No. Listen. First of all, of course, what's her name?
I almost spit out my water. AD, like AD Love Is Blind. Go AD Love Is Blind. Um, but I feel like she said something on one episode, and as a black woman, I was so relating to it. She was like, "I'm always the one who's building up men, and they end up not choosing me." I was like, "Girl, yeah, I dig it," and I think and I said that's every black woman's struggle. You build up a dude, and he finds strength in himself. He
Every
has weak
black
verses.
woman.
Every you build up a
Okay.
dude, he finds himself in you. Okay, the vast majority. I'll say 99.9275. He finds himself with you in you, and he's a stronger, a better man because of you. Blah 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 blah, and then he leaves you. He doesn't choose you. He finds somebody else, or he decides that he doesn't need or want you, or whatever the case may be. Yep, that's. I understood that. I understood that, Mama. But I want to go on that show. There's also another topic I want to talk about. Besides, I'm sorry. Did you? That was just a quick little rant dant about Love Is Blind because I like the show and I want to go on again. I say so. If you're a producer for it, um, yeah, hit me up.
Love really is blind.
Love can be blind, but if we in between through a wall and you come out and you looking like an ogre, my
What's
love
wrong?
is no longer blind. I see.
What
Mine
is wrong?
eyes have been opened.
What is wrong with you?
So you're telling me. So you're telling me if you were on this show and you've connected with this woman and she she has this swagger about her and it's like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like I can relate, da 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 da. And then y'all see each other for the first time and she's a white woman. She has terrible, no offense to anyone, terrible acne, because I still have acne, which is annoying. And she's like 7'2". You're gonna be like, oh, I still love you, girl. My love was blind, girl. I thought you were a black woman, but you blind, but love is blind, so it don't matter.
I think love is blind is different from love at first sight. I think that if when you love someone, let me see if I can say this. I feel like when you fall in love with someone, it causes you to be blind. It's a process of taking over your mind, and what you think is love is really not. You would have to elevate and find. I think that
I'm trying to figure out what's the next lyric.
yeah. So I think that that's what they mean when they say love is blind. Love makes you blind to certain things because once you're in it, you can look away from certain things. But I also believe if you genuinely fall in love with someone and you see them and you're turned off, I don't know if that's love is blind or you're blind, your love is not blind because this is my first time seeing you. I think love is contingent upon attraction and attraction is contingent upon looks. So I don't know if that's the same thing though.
Right, so love isn't blind. There has to be an attraction. Think Ray Charles. What did Ray Charles? I mean, yeah, what did Ray Charles do?
Throw that, throw that, throw that, throw that.
What?
You don't know music. You ain't really from the
According
hood.
to the music, according to the movie, because I don't know Ray Charles myself, but according to the movie, he felt their forearm to see if they were big girl. Love,
Right.
love ain't even
Yeah.
blind for the blind.
How about that?
So
Love
that's
or
that.
love making in Ray's case.
So that's that. Sorry, I had to throw it away. Um. Okay. So my next
So you
question.
mean to tell me you don't think it's possible to build a genuine connection with someone and meet them and they're nothing that you're attracted to physically and still say, but you know what? This person is everything that I want emotionally. They've done so much for me. I'm gonna rock with this. You don't think that's possible?
Can you see me?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna hop on my iPad because my phone is down. Hopefully I can do this
No.
before.
To answer your question, that's a negative. No. You say it in Spanish? No, because I still
Yeah.
got to look at you.
All right. So
And
this
if I
is.
don't want you to touch me, then it's like, do I love you? Do I?
I love
Really?
you.
Huh? What'd you say? Oh, you hopped off. Okay. To get back on. Okay. If you agree, please, please, or if you disagree, comment in the comment section because the question is, can you love somebody? Like, say you talk on the phone, and I've had this situation. I didn't love him, but I had a situation where most of our conversation, most of it, because he stayed in a whole other state, so we had a lot of conversation over the phone. It was great, perfect, wonderful, just, oh, right. Um, but it was one thing brother had that was irking me, and it was like a black tooth right here. Like that tooth was black. That thing was black. I was like, why don't you just pull that motherfucker out, bro? So it's like, ooh, you want to kiss me? Ooh, okay, mwah, mwah. But keep your tongue, and I'm gonna keep mine. You did what I'm saying? Um, but now if I'm not physically attracted to you, I can't, I can't, I can't. I can love you from a distance. I can do that, but I can't. Like, I can't. I can't. I don't wanna. Welcome back. Welcome back, Jay. Welcome back.
Okay. There's a lot going on here tonight. We're gonna make it. See what I can do here. Guess I should have did this before I went live.
So, did you have anything else you want to ask me about blind love? Because crazy
So,
love is one thing, but blind love is different.
so
I ain't crazy
there,
for nothing.
there is no situation in which you think you can meet a person and they're not your physical type, but because you've had conversation, you've interacted, they have a dope personality, they're caring, they're loving, they have a great job, that you can get over that. Wow.
You know what? I don't know, actually, because there was this one guy. He was heavy set, heavy, heavy.
Okay.
He went from 300 pounds, lost it. I think he got down to like over 300 pounds and got down to maybe 290,
Did
something
you
like that.
know him at over 300?
Yes, but I don't remember him being that big. Like, he showed me a picture. I was like, he showed me a picture of when we met. I was like, you were not that big. Like, you weren't.
Okay. Was his personality so dope that you were blinded to his bigness?
Great personality, great, 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 great. The thing that stopped me from being further interested in him was his insecurity.
That's tough.
He was very insecure, and I was like, dang. So you're pointing out things that I may not have never noticed.
You know, I didn't know you had 11 fingers until you said that.
Right. What is that? Why is it pointing at me? You know?
That's terrible. That is absolutely that is absolutely awful. Jesus, don't come now.
Please. But it would be difficult because if I'm not attracted to you physically, okay, pause.
So you have a time.
Personality can overcome a lot of things. Personality can overcome a lot of things, and great conversation can overcome a lot of things for me.
That's something that differs about you and your sisters that I've noticed. Then, if you're saying that you actually have a type, because your sisters, they say they don't have a type, but you have a type. What's your type?
My sisters have a type.
What's your type? Your lipstick is flawless tonight. What's your type?
Yeah. I don't know what my type is. I don't
But
necessarily have a
300
type.
pounds.
I do
But
not.
300 pounds is not your type.
Doing probably not a type, unless he's like 6'7" and it's muscle, or it's well proportioned, 300 pounds.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't really have a type. I just want great conversation, just great conversation, and a drive, a nice drive, like a goal that he's really just going after.
And he has to be slim and trim.
He doesn't have to be slim and trim. I said he can be 300 pounds. He just needs to have it proportioned. All of it can't be in his breast.
I'm gonna get off this because you're not going to send me. I don't want to go. The deeper we go in this, I smell more and more smoke.
He said, "I don't want to go." I'm just saying,
It can't all be in his breast.
it cannot.
But that is something that you can fix. That is something that you can change.
No, I can't. He has to want to change that.
No, is that a cantaloupe? I mean, a
Piña.
Oh, okay. I think that yes, he has to change, but I'm saying that's something that can be changed. So
What's your type?
That's a great question. Used to be light skin. Light skin, long natural hair. She had to be thick. But I found out those people are evil. So right now, I don't know if I have a type anymore. I don't know if I have a type anymore.
Light skinned, long natural hair,
high yellow,
and thick.
High. When I say
how
yellow,
many of those did you come across?
So what?
How many of those did you come across?
There were a lot. I had a stable. They were very mean though. Very mean. Up when I was in college, they were all AKAs. They were some of the meanest, most. Let me not say that because you may get sued. They were terrible people.
Why would I get sued?
Yeah, I just was joking. Yeah, they were some of the they were terrible, absolutely terrible attitudes. Very high maintenance. Never satisfied.
But I think if they're AKAs, and I ain't gonna say it. I was gonna say no offense, but if they're AKAs, I feel like that's you have to be that way in order to get into the organization.
Do you think that's true of all AKAs?
I know 3 AKAs that are not like that. I do know 3 that are not like that. However, all 746,000 other ones that I know, yeah, they're they believe you have to be prissy and
when I was in school, I thought that light skin and prissy were like requirements for AKAs because that was it. It was so bad. I was walking with a girl I was dating in Tallahassee, and her favorite colors were pink and green. Before college, she didn't even know anything about sorority. She was not in that sphere anyway. We were in the Governor Square Mall in Tallahassee, and we were both freshmen. And an AKA, 2 of them walked up to her and like asked her these questions. And she said, she said, I'm not pledging anything my entire life. I don't believe in sororities. And and I'll never forget this. They told her like gangsters, don't be seen in those colors here in Tallahassee. And we're dead serious. It was like, and they were pretty high yellow girls. I'm talking about mean as all get out. They said that like it was a gang.
And this nigga right here, this shit right here, I would have had pink and green on for the next 365 days and dared you.
It was crazy to me.
Dared you.
But as I got older, I found out that is a thing that sororities and fraternities do, apparently.
My colors are blue. My organizational colors are blue and white. You think we going around talking about you can't wear blue and white? Like, what the heck?
Yeah, but remember
you can't wear red and white? You think the Kappas are going around talking about you can't wear red and white? Those are our colors.
Didn't Boosie get in some controversy about wearing colors?
Who?
Boosie.
Boosie?
Yeah, remember the rapper Boosie got in some controversy. He was at a basketball, or maybe he actually had on the lettering. I think he actually had the Greek lettering on.
Maybe he had on the lettering, but nobody's The only idiots talking about something you can't wear colors is clearly because
AKs.
those are awkward. I know. I remember I wore a pink and green outfit my freshman year, and they questioned me, and I believe my words were, "Do y'all own these colors?
That sounds like something you would say.
Because if you don't, go that way. You don't own these colors. You don't own this color combination."
Right. Yeah. But it was a real
And I
thing.
didn't know anything about. I know nothing about Greek life either.
Yeah. But I said that to say so when I had a type, that was it. Um, now I used to always say I would never date or be intimate with ugly girls or fat girls.
Oh, shoot.
Like I I big but I will say this when I tell my business on this slide because I am reformed and I pastor a thriving church. Um, I have become open to who loves me. So if you're decent, clean, and not sloppy, uh, you've got a shot. Dark skin, light skin, pecan tan. Uh, I'm into who's into to
I'm
me.
glad you said that. It would be hard for a light skinned dude to press up
Wait. Light skin or someone who's light skin and acts light skin?
because there is a difference.
There is definitely a difference. If you act light skin, I can understand. But I mean,
it,
what if he's a cool light skin guy?
I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be. You will have to legit let me know. Hey, Brandy, I like you. I'm vibing you. Like, because I wouldn't even. That wouldn't even cross my mind. I'd be like, well, you're
Drake,
very attractive, but
you bump into Drake at a party. He's
Drake is
not.
ugly to me, so that doesn't matter. Next person.
I wish I had some more water in this bottle.
Drake is not attractive. I think people think Drake's attractive because he has money. Drake is not attractive.
Prince.
All day.
You know,
I'll let him borrow a pair of my heels. And will.
it's crazy that Prince could be feminine, wearing heels with a perm and makeup, and women look at him and go, I don't
You heard him
understand.
talk?
He talks like a lady.
No, he doesn't.
Prince doesn't have a high. Oh no, Prince had a very deep
That's
voice.
Michael
Yeah.
that used his high pitched voice. Prince,
Oh my God, come back.
would you rather have time and simper? No, I'd rather have you.
Let me ask you this: Is you said something that was really? Does money matter? You see someone that's
Money
not
makes a
your.
difference.
You see someone that's not your type. They're shooting their shot. You're in a parking lot. Valet brings up a Rolls Royce. He's dressed well, a Bentley GT, a BMW, a nice car. He's dressed well. The conversation is good, but for the fact that he has a knot coming out of his eye. Do those things
First
disappear?
of all, I'm asking, no, why do you have a knot? Because that's distracting. Why is there a knot in your eye? One,
You would ask.
yes, I would
I,
ask that.
I believe you would ask.
I'm like, who beat you up? But I will say this: when I was younger, um, we saw money. You know what I'm saying? Like we counted money, we were around money. Like so, money doesn't matter to. I don't think money matters to my sisters and I.
I could agree with that.
I think if a dude is flashing his money, count me out. Count me all the way out. I was on a date with a guy, and he pulled out like a wad of cash, and my first thought was, if it's all in your pocket,
Ain't nothing in the
what's
bank.
in your bank account?
Right.
Right.
Yeah. They say money talks, but real wealth whispers.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's crazy because with guys, I don't think we've ever had a conversation, my friends, about a woman's income and that making her more suitable for us to date. Like I don't know if they say love is not blind, but does money blind you? I can't think of a guy. Like I always joke that if Oprah wanted to get rid of Stedman and move me in his house in the back, sign me up.
Sign me up.
Yeah, sign me up. And if she wants to tie me up and beat me like she does him, I'm into that too, Oprah. So, just for you. But but Oprah's not ugly.
Oprah's
But
not ugly.
I will say this: had it been that Oprah from that interview in the '80s before she was Oprah, I'm not sure if, and I don't know if Oprah's had plastics. Has Oprah had
I don't
face?
think she has.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm saying I don't know if Oprah would have been a choice in the '80s,
Mm-hmm.
but I also think me being someone that grew up in the '90s and the early 2000s, that I look at the way people dressed back then. Period. So maybe those just aren't flattering images of her. But I'm thinking of a woman who is hideous but has money. But I would say, well, because she has money, like I can't think of anyone. Are there any rich, ugly people, women that you know, or not? Like this is getting superficial. But Whoopi
Um,
Goldberg. Even though I don't think Whoopi Goldberg is ugly.
I don't think she's well. I'm not dating her, so
Yeah, I don't think she's ugly. But I can't think of a woman.
I think money for a man. I think money will outweigh looks if she's taking care of him. If he's a sugar baby, but he's not going to marry her just because she has money and she's ugly.
If he's a sorry man. Yeah, okay. I get that. And I think when you said you and your sister don't care about money, I think the fine line, just for the brothers that want to inbox Brandy, it's not that they don't care about money or the money doesn't move them, but they also don't want to take care of you either. Let's put that
And
out.
won't
Yeah, because
inbox me.
yeah, right. I seen a lady the other day that said, um, I've been a single mother for 7 years, and every time I see the 50-50 conversation, I'm dumbfounded. She says, if a man came into my life and removed 50% of the responsibility that I have, I would be super duper. Who is that?
Angela, I care about money too.
Your cousin Angela?
Angela, why you got to tell people like relations? Yeah,
Well, I didn't know who. I'm sorry. I didn't know if it was your friend Angela.
Angela Oliver.
Oh, okay.
But I care about
That's,
money. It's just I don't care for somebody that flashes money. Like I'm like, yeah, I want to be taken care of, facts, financially, and I will take care of him. Whatever.
girl, now I almost gave you a command to turn this off. Uh,
Any boob. So yes, love can be blind to some things, but I still need to be attracted to you. Because if I happen to get pregnant and we have like little minions,
what 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 things do you overlook?
what things can I
So
overlook?
right. So if love is not blind to attraction for you, what is love blind to? I'm so in love with you. I don't see this.
In reality, I think for me, love is well, dang, that's a great question. You answered first. Love is blind too. Love is blind to saying a word incorrectly. No, it's not. Because if you keep saying liked
No,
it,
it's
I'm done.
the
No,
first time we go out and baby girl say salmon, this is over.
no, she's being proper. Salmon,
When
please.
she said, and if she, and oh God, I can't do it. I can't do it with bad words. No, 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 no. And
Okay,
you
what is
say
love blind
Walmart
to?
with a K instead of the T, or Kovic with a K instead.
Liked it.
Baby girl, you got to find a ride home. I'll Uber you. I can't do it.
That sounded weird.
Love can be blind to the if you no longer do it. I like that answer. Is that
That's a
Angela?
great answer, Angela. That's a great
That's
answer.
a really great answer. Really
That's
great.
it. Right there.
That's a. I mean,
That's
you.
my cousin.
I don't know. Have you been drinking, Brandy? Yeah, that's a really good answer though. 1,000%. And I think when not only past things that they've done, I'm gonna jump on that answer too, where they come from. Sometimes you meet someone and they don't have a great family structure. They come from poverty. They had some jacked up situation. Mom and daddy was on. Yeah,
I was gonna say that. Love is
yeah,
blind to your mama.
yeah.
I can
I,
overlook your mammy for
I'm
the
not
love
doing
I
that.
have
What's
for you.
wrong with you? Who's
I can
hosting?
overlook that hoe because I love you. I won't fight her because I love you. I keep my mouth shut
because
because
I
I
love.
love you.
Right. Yeah.
But as
Love
soon
is
as we break up, let her call me.
business. Business.
Let her call me, please.
I'm gonna give it a. I'm gonna give it a business. Yeah, I think that was a really good answer. I think love also. Love is blind to sickness and illness. I dated a girl once, and she got devastating illness news, and she expected me to stop talking to her.
She
And I
got the
remember,
AIDS. It ain't blind to the AIDS.
right?
It
Not
ain't
all
blind to the
illnesses.
hurt.
No, she. This this is me eating those words. Yeah.
Right. It ain't
So
blind
so
to the
so
genital
love is
warts.
blind to cancer.
Love
That
is
can be
blind to
healed.
cancer. Yeah, I'm gonna take care of you.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
But most time the men leave. The women stick
She
around. But
said that to
the men
me.
leave.
She said that to me, and I remember thinking to myself, "Leave?
Mhm.
That would be weird." But then I did find
You
out
know,
later. Yeah, I found out later. How do you say that to somebody? How do you say to somebody, "Hey," especially somebody this week? Because with people with cancer, you're fine this week. You're not sick until they tell you. I couldn't imagine laying on the.
uh-uh. Uh-uh.
This is love to AIDS.
Right.
Eyes wide open.
Add two more on. Wherever you want to
Right.
add them.
Right. Definitely see what's going on here. I think that love is blind to your children. You have kids. When I love you, even the ones that are nappy headed and bad, I'm blind to that. When I love you, really.
So for me personally, I prefer a dude who doesn't have kids. I don't have kids. You don't need to have kids. You ain't gotta do it, with baby daddy. I don't do it, with baby mama.
Love may not be blind to your baby daddy, but it's blind to your kids.
Their kids. I think it's talking about their kids.
Yeah, their kids. His love or her love better be blind to my kids too, though. You got to love me.
Huh? She better be blind. Got dark to them.
Right. She bet to be blind. She got to be blinded. Because me and Justin are a package deal. And he's a lot. But I'm gonna stick beside him.
Amen.
But I'm with Brandy and I have to.
Hello. Come on. I don't want nothing added. I don't want to deal with. And I feel like baby mamas are more present than baby daddies.
Right. I can
So
agree.
I really got to do. Ma'am, I don't want your kids calling me mama anyway.
I
I
don't
prefer they call me Madam Brandy.
or headmistress Brandy. May I
Right.
have a glass of water?
You mad because they want to call me mama. That's what
Right.
you mad about.
You mad because he called me mommy.
Ow.
Meow, meow.
Ow. Oh, wait. Before we. Yeah, girl, hop on here.
Who is
Yes,
that?
ma'am. Click the link. Angela, click the link.
Ooh, my favorite Oliver. She my real Jordan. Thank you, my favorite Oliver. She my real favorite Oliver.
Okay, I was going to change subjects, but while she comes on, we're going to go ahead and. Oh, you got to click the link. If you scroll up, you'll see a link that's pinned, a comment that's pinned. Click on that link that ends in.
It's pinned it. It's pinned it.
It's pinned. It's pinned.
That just made me angry.
Right. We'll be right back while we wait for Angela to join. Make sure you guys come out to the Men on Women. You can get your tickets at eventbrite.com. She doesn't join. So when she clicks that link and comes on, we will get back to it. Yes, the video promo
I
that you are
like
not
it.
a part of, Ronnie. You need to click and join the link too. Click and join Ronnie White, so you can tell everybody how you guys are great friends and you came from the bottom, now you here, and that y'all
He,
went through so much. You know, all the stuff he says over and over and over. Click the link and join.
I'm glad I said because you listened to it and you learned it.
You say it all the time.
Brandy,
I
let's
be rolling my eyes every time you say it. Anyway, let's talk this topic if you wouldn't mind. Girls trips. Someone sent me a video that said, "What is the point?" I think Lolita sent me the video, and then my best friend sent me the video, and it was like, "What is the point of girls trips?" I thought girls trips were to be catered to and taken care of and pampered by your man to get some good loving while you're in another country. Like I thought that's what it was for.
That's a
Where
bad
is
trip.
the girls trip?
That's a vacation. That's not a girls trip.
No, I know. She's saying, "What's the point of girls trips?"
I think women benefit from girls trips or girls. Now I see girls get completely dressed up, go to bars in packs, and act like they don't want men to really talk to them. On the way out, they may separate a little bit and allow a man to get their number. But while they're there, they're drinking, they're dancing, slapping each other on the butt. I think women get empowered from being in positive spaces with other women. So I think girls trips are completely about women empowerment and community building. Men don't do stuff like that. I mean, hunting trip, um, men ain't
You don't have friends. I decided that Ronnie is not your friend.
men ain't.
Ronnie would not possibly be your friend because the dudes I know, they go on guys trips.
I can't
I know a
see.
group that's been on like 7 of them in the last 5 months.
Yeah, can I tell you this? They're hunching each other. I can't see a whole bunch of guys going to Jamaica, walking around without their shirt on just to be doing it. No, guys are
I
going on
lost my
trips.
shoe.
Guys are going on trips. If there's a woman element somewhere, and we're gonna go and hang out, but there's a woman element, but ain't no guys packing up and going to tropical destinations and hotel rooms and taking pictures and selfies and excursion just to do it with men.
I ain't standing taking pictures now. But if I'm gonna tell them what you said.
Yeah, and watch his eyes. Look at the first second after the first second you say, "Hey, my friend said when y'all go on these male trips, y'all be butt fired." When his eyes are like that before he brings it back down, yeah, because that ain't normal.
Oh no, I'm just gonna give them your phone number. I'm gonna give 3 of them your phone number now so they can call you.
Yeah, tell them I'm not interested. I don't want to go. I'm not going. Yeah, that's weird.
Hey, Angela.
That's just weird. Hey.
Y'all can hear me?
Yep.
I can't see you though. Where you at though? Cut your camera.
Okay. So I'm with Brandy. Nah, and I got children. I would tell anybody, don't do it. Don't do it. If you ain't got no kids, because it could be a lot. It's a lot. And I only say that to me, you have to, because you're not only thinking about the baby mama drama. You have to understand you may not even know that child. So now you have to get acclimated with the behaviors of the child that you may not be used to. Then on top of that, somebody might parent a different type of way that you're used to parenting. Then I only got to deal with the parent of the baby daddy, the person you're with. You got to deal with the parent of the baby mama who may not agree with it.
And so I got.
So now I feel like you got to go through 2 people.
Agreed.
You think you can be in a relationship with someone who's active in the children that you have life and not want to be active in their life, or you're just saying you wouldn't?
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if I were Brandy, because she doesn't have any children, I would not want to date somebody who has children. And even I have children. I prefer to date somebody who probably does not have children, or to have children who's a little bit older out of the house. Like for me, when I dated, but when my daughter was younger, like even now, if I was to not be with the person I'm with, I'll probably wait till my first child, who's 14, about to be 15, I'll probably wait till she gets in college, because it can be a lot. You're bringing in a lot of energies. Now you have to like figure out how you're gonna be acclimated as one. So it's a lot for me.
Nice space, Chad. Since I just saw the whole thing. Right, and you have to get acclimated with the child, the dad, and the mom. You have to get acclimated with everybody that the child is around, aunts, uncles, the
Yep.
grandmother. Like you have to deal with all these people. I'm just trying to date you.
I think y'all saying that, but if men go back to saying that, how in the old days a woman with a child was
They say
automatic.
that now.
No.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the man saying that. I'm totally okay with it. It has nothing to do with sex. A man can say that, a woman can say, I'll feel the same way. I will feel the exact same way. The man says, hey, I don't have any children. I prefer to date somebody who doesn't have children. To me,
There's
you
so
have to
many
get a whole background of the history of the person. Like for me, I don't have drama with my child's father. I feel like because men are, to me, are a little bit more laid back. So I feel like when a woman dates you, it's a little bit easier. Now, I don't know the history with you and your ex-wife, but it's a lot dealing with a woman.
Who you talking about?
You.
That's just you know what I'm saying. It's difficult. And then when you got little children, you might have somebody who got bad. What I'm gonna call them, bad behind kids or a
And
child.
kids.
BAC kids, BAK. You got somebody who got bad kids. So now you got to figure out, your mind be everywhere. It's a lot. And you can't go as you want to. Like for me, I can't get up and go.
Right.
Brandy, she's probably used to lifestyle where she get up and go. That's a lot. Now you got to find something. Okay, well, I can go this week, but I got to go next week. When you're used to up and going, that's a little bit different.
And I want a dog so bad, but that makes me have to put responsibility on. Dang, I can't go because I need to find somebody to watch this dog. Mm-mm.
I actually did have a baby mama drama situation until she started dating. The best thing ever happened to me when she started dating. I remember they were going through it one time. I called them. I said, "You can't leave, but we need you." Seriously, I talked to her. I talked to her, and I was like, "You're gonna mess this up again. You're gonna lose a good guy. You're gonna lose a good guy because I needed them to." Thank God they're still together. My life is great, but I do agree that women make it a lot harder for an incoming girlfriend than dudes do. If a dude is doing it, he still wants you. He's jealous. He's upset, and he's trying to either run you off or something. If a woman can do it just because, though, she could not want you, but just not want you happy with somebody else. So she's just gonna be bitter and angry just because. But 9 times out of 10, a dude is doing it rooted in jealousy. A woman is doing it just because she's a woman.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys agreed with me on that. I was
like, girls trip. Would you let your girl go on a girls trip?
Yeah.
Would you let your girl didn't let you go on a boys trip?
Yes, with a lot more curiosity.
What is there to be curious about, Chad?
I'm just saying, in my current relationship, girls trip coming up. For me, my immediate response is healthy, build bonds with your girls. It's fine. I don't have any concerns. If I'm going on a guy's trip, which I did last year for my birthday, it was, oh, awesome. But what are you doing what's your itinerary? And I was like, yeah, that's wild. Like, can't you just be happy for me going on a guy's trip? Don't you trust the process? And no, the answer is no.
I don't care. I would say I do not care. Do you, boo boo? Because as soon as you cheat on me, I'm done.
Oh no! So that wasn't even on
I don't even care.
For my cousins, this was like actually a trip, and the fact that it was, there was imposition about the integrity of the intent and the purpose of the trip, I thought was wild. I thought it was like, I guess men be trusted or something.
So I feel like guys' trips I don't think women go on girls' trips to meet, to like link up, to hang out with a group of males. But right. With guys' trip, if you have one friend, 2 friends, that's like, hey man, I'm gonna go holler at her. She got some friends. Bring them over. To be like, yeah, man, just bring them over so that she come hang out. Y'all gonna do that, John? Girls trip.
So Brandy, you're absolutely correct. If there is a bad apple in the guys group, he will suggest things that the collective don't want and might win.
Yeah.
And that is a risk.
Men are gullible.
And I was gonna disagree, but I literally just said earlier that ain't no guy going on a guy's trip unless there's a female element, and that is 1000% correct.
No, my guy's trip had no female element. We didn't have any female interjections.
Chad, you should listen to what I said about these trips. If
Oh my gosh!
If those things are not present.
I mean, half the group was married men, so half of them were married, matured men. The other half was young, pursuing men.
The other half was Jay.
But we were collectively looking for growth. So no, there wasn't a single.
Oh well, church trips are different.
It wasn't church.
I'm just joking. I'm joking. I will say this though. I remember being taught in church, like they would teach married men not to hang out with single men. Like they would say,
I think that's a good idea.
They would say,
I think that's very good.
They would say,
I think if I got married, my husband cannot have no single friends. No, sir.
You just gonna make a whole rule without talking to him?
No. Unless y'all doing business, straight business, I do not agree.
Why are we wearing gray and I wasn't invited?
Oh, y'all matching. Well, y'all mama had some pretty kids, man.
Right, because my daddy had nothing to do with it. He ugly. But I think that should be a decent rule. Like, no, I don't. You can have single friends.
I do.
But if you weak enough to deal with your to do what your single friends do, then we don't need to be together. Like you're a weirdo.
But Angela said
your whole friend group cannot be single. Your whole friend group, you can have like one or two, but you can't have your whole friend group be single.
Angela said point break period. Her husband cannot hang out with single men at all. That's tough, Angela.
Unless it's business, to me, just for me, personally, like if I'm married, when I get married, I'm not gonna be hanging out with my single friends. But you can't tell me nothing about no married life. You lived over there the single life. I'm single. I can't tell who's married what to do. I'm doing what I want to do.
Do you have any single siblings, and does that rule apply to them as well?
Siblings, no. If it's not family and you're not dealing with business when it comes to these single friends, for me, I'm saying for me, I don't know.
I saw a video.
Independent of the family member, then we need to keep it all in when it's on a family reunion or family gatherings. Because some of the family members be the main ones hyping it up. Oh yeah, go cheat. Families sit together.
Can I interject something that I think is crazy?
Go ahead, Chad.
Ashley, I saw you at Crane's Roost in a prayer circle. You made my whole morning. I loved it. I thought it was so dope that like people are going out to work out, but y'all took the time to pray unapologetically.
Ashley,
that was a beautiful thing.
Oh, thank you.
That's very sweet. It's very nice.
All right.
Are you so salty, Brandon?
I need prayer too.
I pray for you.
I want to be in a circle. But for Ash and Sensuela, are y'all cool with y'all men having? I think we talked about this one time, but are you guys cool with your husband or man, whichever one you want to pick, having single friends? And would you be okay with your man going on a guy's trip?
I would be okay with him going on a guy's trip, having single friends, depending on how long he's been having that friend for.
Right.
I'm okay with it. You can't bring no new single friend. You know you're not doing that. But old single friend, when y'all when the high school or middle school, or elementary, I don't mind.
I think I'm going to agree with the fact that single friends are a risk factor,
a liability.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a video once, and it was a guy. He was talking about his friend that got married, and they were somewhere, and the friend was in a rough spot in the marriage, and the friend was getting ready to start talking to a girl, and the dude said that he told his friend, he said, "No, you can't cheat on what's her name." He said, "I was in your wedding. I paid to rent a tuxedo. I paid for a hotel. This thing has cost me something. And you said this was the person you want to be with, and you made vows in front of me." And he held his friend accountable to it. And he was single. I think to make a blanket statement that a single person does not qualify to be a friend to your partner or go out with your partner, I think that's scary, right?
Well, let me clarify. When I say,
I don't
when
mind.
I mean like hanging out, like I don't feel like y'all should be hanging out, going to clubs, all the other stuff. I don't agree with that. No.
So what can your husband do with his
Now I'm
single
saying
friend?
when you
Have
want
business
to
meetings.
maybe have a conversation, about business or something like that here and there. But in regards to like y'all hanging out or y'all, that's just my preference. Again, everybody is different. Everybody has their own preference. So if that works for you, then kudos to you. I'm saying for me, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. No.
I agree with Sensuela. It depends on how long y'all been friends. Ain't no new friends. Period. After we start dating, ain't no new friends.
No new friends.
Old friends get somebody in trouble because I know some of my
confirm
guys
this thing
friends.
is a relationship, is me and you all through. We committed. There are no new friends. You did not just meet anybody.
Yeah,
that's where trust come in it too.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at. So that's
You
where
did not just meet. No, ain't no.
Because I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind new single friends, old single friends. I feel like go out and not have the time where you disrespect me,
Right.
but be yourself. I wouldn't want you to let go of your friends.
Let me paint you a scenario that might be appeasing. I am in a relationship with you, Brandy.
Well, this is getting ready to get interesting because so am I.
I need congratulations, Jay. She is a wonderful woman. Treat her right.
I'm
I
with
am
Chad.
in a committed relationship, but I want to go out. Right?
Yeah.
I want to go out. The person
Okay.
I choose to go out with is single, and he is my life coach. This is my sobriety partner or my accountability partner, right? This person has purpose in my life, but they just happen to be single. Trust comes in where it's like, I believe that this person is important in your life and that you chose appropriately. But you have to start with the trust because you don't know who that person is. You have to trust that your partner's going to pick somebody smart to spend their time with. And it doesn't matter that they're single. But my alter ego says, if it's a guy's trip, no, I guess it's a liability if there's a single person there, because their mentality is like there's always an opportunity. And that opportunity might be for them, but it projects onto the others. And that's not, for me, a healthy sequence of events. You know what I mean?
And it might be laid upon the others. Like, hey man, she has a friend. Can you just play wingman for me? I know
Yo, hook me up real quick. You know what I'm saying? Just talk to her.
Hang out with me if her friend can't come.
Yeah, I don't want that. I like being I like parameters in the sense because respect should be transparent.
Mm-hmm.
Parameters should be transparent as well.
Hearing this makes me sad because I've been a part of a church that was very marriage ministry centered, almost to the point where they made it idols. And I remember when people would separate or divorce, they would lose all their friends.
Mm-hmm.
They would be out of the group. They would be out of the clique. Instantly, a woman that you've been in church with, that's watched your children, that was a part of your circle, when she became a single woman, everybody who's married, hide your husbands from her. And the same thing with men. I think that's so if that rule is for single, period, what about people, friends that you have that are married that become single through divorce, separation, or death? Are they now not worthy to be hung out with? That's crazy.
And like Tina said, I'm single again. I'm back on the prowl.
So you think when your divorce dies,
Again,
your
for
social
me, it's just for the environment you're going to. I'm not saying you cannot talk to your single friends. That's crazy and absurd. What I'm saying is certain environments, no, you should not be hanging out with your single friends with. That's just my preference. I'm not saying cut off your single friends.
So he can
That's
go to the club
that's
with his married
beyond.
friends. He can't go to the club with his single friends.
Good question, Brandy.
Well,
also
I mean, for me, I don't see it depends. Unless we're doing like a group thing. For me, if I'm married, what do I need? Unless like I don't know, I don't see the purpose of me going to no club being
So
married.
being with Angela comes with
This
handcuffs,
is me.
a chain, and a ball.
How does that come? Because I'm saying there's certain environments. That's crazy. I didn't say nobody has to cut anyone off.
So with
I'm not
Angela,
saying he can't talk to anyone. I'm not saying he can't do those things. But I'm saying certain things. If you're married, you should not be in certain environments with single people. It has nothing to do with you not being able to control yourself. You're just putting yourself in an environment towards you could potentially lose control. And
so you don't
sometimes single
believe in
friends sow unnecessary seed to married people. And you get in the conscience of, okay, I can, you may act out a certain type of way. I don't know. I just said for me, even for me personally, when I get married, I'm not gonna be personally hanging out with or going to the club with my single friends.
so you won't go on a
That's
girls
me.
trip then.
So Angela, so now we can't hang out when you get married.
Nah, I don't.
I said go to the club with my single friends. I didn't say family.
You don't.
I'm not saying
Do
he
you
can't cut
club
off family.
now? Do you club now?
I go out sometimes, but I was clearly pregnant, so I haven't been in a while. But have I went in the past? Been in a relationship? Yes. With a single person. I know what my single friends do. I know how they interact. I know what their purpose is.
I ain't never liked my girl to go
Yes.
to the club anyway though.
Like, I don't want my guy going to a strip club. I think that would be my definite nah, bro.
What about with you?
I don't go to strip clubs, so yeah, he can go with me.
You say you do go to the strips or you do not go to the
I
strip
don't
clubs?
go to strip clubs, so yeah, he can go with me.
Okay.
I don't either. I just want to say for the record.
Yeah, neither do I. But I would go with my partner because I think that's
No, I'm good at
awkwardly fun. Like we're both not trying to be here for no reason, but whatever.
You better put up a stripper pole.
So, are we dating? Randy, you gotta relax with that wink.
We've been dating since high school, and you didn't even know it.
I've thought about it, but I love the love that I have for you, and I like where we're at. So, no regrets.
For now.
Jeez, bro. Wait.
Okay. So we will be right back. Anybody have anything else they want to say about girls trips, or what was the first topic? Love is Blind. So we talked about AD Body.
Did we?
From Love is Blind.
I have.
You said she doesn't even know who that is. Wow.
You don't know who AD is from Love is Blind, the black girl with the body?
Yeah, I got comments on that, but you can go to commercial first.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead and comment on that real quick because we're going to change subject after.
Man, I really believed in Clay. I thought he had a transition moment for this woman. I really did. And the fact that he didn't meet her halfway, I thought that was whack, bro. This girl is all the way down for you, and you left her there and was like, oh, I'm not. What was the word he used? He said, I'm not rejecting you. You are 100% rejecting this woman. And that was really painful to watch.
Yeah.
She's a dope chick. I mean, I thought she was.
The black girl?
Yeah. I thought
so they're not together.
It just came out today. That's probably why we done told. Chad told, not me.
No, I don't watch it. I only watch it when you watch it, Brand. So AD and the girl are not together.
Good job, Chad.
AD and the guy.
AD and the guy. Wow.
As of today, but there's enough from now. I'm just saying, relationships. I fall in love with good relationships. I love seeing people pour into each other and like seeking God, seeking a foundation that is lasting, working on themselves. And I thought that this guy put in the work to be like, yo, I know you love me, but I need to do this to move towards you. And then he just backed out. That was, I thought that was
he didn't even
unfair.
talk to her about it. Like he didn't even like.
Nope, there was no conversation.
This is my fear. This is my problem. And he kept talking about they had great communication, that they could work through anything.
Yeah.
And I was like,
That actually scared me from a relationship perspective because I was like, all right, this guy is highly desired, right? College athlete. I'm sure he's,
attractive as heck.
yep, cute, smart, whatever, relationship with his family. And that curveball I thought was indicative of the disconnect between relationships and communication. You have to be able to
Yes.
talk about those things before shocking someone at the altar.
Right.
I would hope for that, but
Well, I knew what's his name wasn't going to marry the flight attendant girl. He wasn't trying to hurt at all. The one who always talked like this. You know what I'm talking about. Really squeaky voice.
yeah.
And he wasn't even attractive. I'm like, sir, you're not cute either. So
AD is fine, but her forehead is a lot.
She got a 5 head.
Yeah, she's got a lot going on.
anyway.
Yeah, she is a pretty girl. I just don't like the curtains on the eyebrow. Not
And
everybody.
at the wedding, I'm like, girl, you didn't see that? You didn't see that the lash was lifting? You didn't see that? But
She
anywho,
was pretty.
No one stopped rolling to tell that lady that.
the person should have told her before she walked out there because it didn't just get like that. All right.
How y'all got matching outfits right now? Like, did I miss the memo?
We went to an event.
Oh, that was tonight? Oh, it was tonight.
Yeah.
Nice.
The after Valentine's event?
I don't know what it would be. It's like I don't know, some I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know.
Don't lie. Tell me what it is.
Something like a women's council event, something like that.
Okay.
Networking event.
They're doing a puzzle right now, which is why they're distracted.
Fine.
And we'll be right back. Rude. I think it's so funny. Chad's face.
Tell me why I didn't think y'all was talking about like a real commercial. That's pretty cool, Brandy.
I
I'm like,
want
is she?
to share my
I thought it
thought.
was a quick pause.
Thank you.
I think that the eggplant.
Hold up. Go ahead, Chad.
So there's a book called Media Sexploitation. It's the effective marketing of getting your product out there and then throwing in anecdotes that tease people's vices, if you would.
Mm-hmm.
Although I know you and Ashley was presented, Jay was on there, I thought like, oh, I know these people, but it said men on women. I couldn't get past that. That it was like they're about to do some things.
Yeah.
This is not about a conversation. This is.
Is that the name of the event, Brandy?
Yeah.
Men on women?
It's called Men on Women.
Yeah. So
I think the eggplants and the peaches.
but it came across as like, oh yeah, I'm gonna click on that. Let me get men on. Let me. Okay. Well, good. I would say just good job. It was effective.
Well, what is the purpose of the event? Is that the like? That
It's
is that's the title.
It's a panel of men. It's a panel of men informing women on the ways of men.
It's the what?
Or audience of majority, audience mainly of women, on the ways of men.
It was static. Can you see that? I didn't hear it.
I said it's a panel of men answering questions and telling women, audience mainly composed of women, about the ways of men. You can ask them any question, and they are required to give an unfiltered, no holds barred answer. Feelings hurt or not. You want the truth? You ask the question. This the answer. Suck it up. And
That
peel off
second,
those eyelashes.
that
And
second slide.
and this,
Say again, it's in Orlando.
know what I was going to say was I see Leroy is on here, and
Mhm.
I was like, well, y'all must be very popular because I can't get no FaceTime, no phone time, no time with him.
Girl, nobody can, but
No problem.
I have it on my birthday.
Handle the police.
Leroy, you must be a great cousin that this is the second time on this platform a completely second female cousin hounded you about not getting your time. My cousins don't even call me back. You must be a great cousin. You the man. You got to be the realest. All right, leave.
He just sit there, and he is.
He's sitting there. He looked like his daddy, but he looked like y'all Uncle Michael Ray too. Good night.
No, he look like his mama and daddy put together.
I hope so. That's actually a good
Right.
thing.
Well, you just said his daddy only.
Yeah.
So
Leroy, like, why y'all talking about me?
this next part is about being desperate. I've had plenty of people talking about you need to lower your standards and you can get a man. Once you lower your standards, you can get a man. But you just gotta lower your standards. And I'm like, and won't.
Well, okay, so question. So
Didn't
when
nobody
people
say
say
lower your
lower their
standards?
standards, what
What'd you say?
specifically standards are we referring to? Because for me, like say for instance, we go in Florida, like the average income for a man might be 100,000. That might be 5%. You saying, well, I'm not gonna lower my standard because you got to make 100,000. So what are your standards specific?
There were never any specifics identified.
I just want to say for the record, I didn't tell Brandy to lower her standards. All I said was you got to be nicer. That's what she heard. But all I said is you have to be nicer.
Brandy,
Oh, you know what's funny? You know this is gonna be so funny. I wasn't even talking about you. I don't even remember you saying anything.
Right.
Delete. I don't remember you saying anything to me.
Right. I told Brandy to be nicer.
You know what's interesting about that comment, Jay?
What?
I think I know Brandy's character, and
He's known me longer than you. Calm down.
Yeah, but I know what you mean by.
Don't talk about
No,
you know me longer than him.
Right.
I know what you mean, and you don't mean it offensively. And I know Brandy's energy, and she's not trying to not be nice, but she's not going to be soft for anybody.
Thank you.
What do you mean soft for anyone? Brandy is really soft.
Thank you. I am, Angela.
Like y'all have to clarify what do y'all mean by soft.
She has a kind heart, but she's not gonna. So, what's the word? Not submissive. The word is
not submissive. That's good.
No.
Start with that.
She's not going to appease anybody. Not a man, not a woman, nobody. Like she has her own presence and force, so that
I had to have. I'm gonna say this.
Be more nice.
I'm gonna say this, and Brandy can cut my camera off. I had a three-way call with Brandy yesterday.
Okay. Who was third party?
Just yesterday, with a gentleman who visited our church while I was out of town, and he comes on this platform. He thought him and Brandy were cool, and he literally felt like Brandy was mean to him, dismissive, cold, and did not speak to him. And I had to call him.
How can I be mean to him and I didn't speak to him? How can I be cold to him and I didn't speak to him according to him? And he wanted me to apologize for something that I did not do. I'm not apologizing for something I did not do. I spoke to him. He gave me this. He thinks I didn't speak to him. Oh, friggin' well. And he ended up apologizing, saying, you know what? I must have missed it. I apologize. And did.
Dr. Jackson, I have a question.
Thank you. This isn't about me.
Should someone feel an obligation to apologize if someone wants an apology?
No.
Not
if they're not.
Not if they're not apologetic. You can't ask for an apology and be like, you need to apologize for me. It's like,
because then it's going to be disingenuous.
That's how I feel.
Dr. Jackson, don't use big words here tonight. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Disingenuous.
But it's not going to be real.
There it is.
That ain't gonna be 100.
Gonna be 100. Brandy, I don't think you're too mean or not nice enough. I think you just have a clear level of respect that you ask for. And if you're with it, you're with it. If you're not, you're not.
Some people internalize stuff. that-
I'm not saying that you got to do all like. I'm not saying that every apology. Well, let me say this.
Come
Let
on.
me see how to word this.
Come on. I feel you. I feel you.
If you know what, I'm gonna take a. I'm gonna fall back.
No. Process what you
I
want
want
to
to know why
say.
Leroy.
The realist. The
I
realist.
think
I wanna know why-
he died.
Apologize for something.
No, because I do think that I want to say this. I think sometimes in certain situations you don't have to be apologetic to say that you're sorry. I think there's a level of understanding that comes with what the apology does for the other person to decrease the tension. So I don't think that you necessarily have to feel you have to feel sorry to actually say it. If the ultimate goal is, hey, I understand how you could have felt that way, so I'm not apologizing because I'm actually sorry for it, but how you communicated to me, I can see how that came across, and I'll apologize for that for the sake of the relationship, right? And for
I
the
agree.
sake of
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time?
I can accept that.
I agree with that.
Leroy, can you say that one more time? So you're saying I didn't hear him.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying that you don't have to necessarily be sorry to apologize for something. So I may not be sorry that you might not, y'all can't get in touch with me, but I do understand. However, that does have
Turn your camera on. Turn your camera on.
that does have an effect on that does how that may make you feel. You know what I'm saying? So I can empathize with that. So I can apologize and be like, Angela, you're right. You don't necessarily, it's hard to get in touch with me, and I apologize for that, and I'm sorry. Not because I'm actually sorry for it, but because I understand exactly where you're coming from, all right? And I can understand that.
You have
position.
not
So in other words,
it's basically like one saying my bad and the other one saying I apologize.
So in other words, the real is I need to cancel that last conversation we had.
What happened? I'm confused.
Sometimes it can come off as I'm sorry you felt that way, or I'm sorry you interpreted it that way.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what
I don't like the word felt, because unless I tell my feelings, how do you know how I feel? I could say, well, you didn't call me, so I never told you my feelings. But for me, if you're not sorry for your actions, then to me, what is the point of saying I'm apologizing? I guess in my sense,
That's what
like,
I'm saying.
with Leroy, if like, for example, if you're saying, okay, hey, I could, I apologize for not answering, but if you're okay with your not answering, then to me, the apology is null and void.
So the answer to that would be like
I see.
me saying,
You see what I'm saying? Like, it's null and void, because don't be sorry for.
I could have said to Cedric, you know what, man, my bad. I thought you saw me. I thought you saw me say hey to you, but I guess you didn't. So my bad.
That's his name.
I didn't have to say I'm sorry for not speaking to you. I didn't have to say that. I could have just.
Right.
But that's totally different than Leroy. But to me, that's different. Right, but to me, that's a little bit different than Leroy's situation, because you see my text and you intentionally disregarding it. That's intentional. That's intentionality.
Time. So I think that's where the disconnect comes in at, right? For me, at least, I think a lot of people assume because they text you that you see they text.
That's a fact.
If you look
Okay,
at
what about a call?
you look at my phone right now, right? How many text messages? It say I got 1,244.
So you're intentionally not reading the text.
Okay.
I don't.
Let's talk about it.
No.
Hold on. Let me say this. I think that what the issue is for me is the assumption of what's intentional and what's not. Right. So, like, for example, you keep saying I'm intentionally doing something. It ain't necessarily intentional or unintentional. I'm just not looking at my phone to be answering every single text messages that come through. Sometimes I get them, sometimes I don't. If I get a chance to respond, I definitely will. If I, run across it and I do see something that's of the utmost importance, I definitely will get to it. But I feel like for me, I'm in a space in my life to where I have to safeguard myself for my own sanity. And sometimes what that practically looks like is me separating myself from outside factors that may cause internal disruption. So, and I'm not saying, when I say that, I'm not saying like in terms of like, oh, you might do something to me. I'm saying that in terms of you may be going through something, right? That what I might have to show up emotionally for you, and I don't have the emotional capacity to be a safe space for you. So therefore, I can't pick up the phone and be like, "Oh shoot, you need this, you need that," because now I'm like, because of how I am, I'm the person that I feel like I got to show up for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I got to safeguard myself and set certain boundaries for myself to be like, oh, I can't take this I can't take this on. So I think, instead of assuming, like certain things, it could be like, oh shoot, you know what I'm saying? I wonder how he processing these things to see, what's really going on. Is it intentional, unintentional? You know what I'm saying? And so I try not to assume why people pick up and why they don't pick up, because you never know what people going through.
Okay, and back to the topic at hand. Y'all gonna have to talk. Y'all gonna have to figure that out offline. Figure that out offline. Y'all got each other number. Text it to him. He'll read it eventually. So back to lowering your standards. Like, I mean, I hope that wasn't offensive, but you know what I mean. So, do you feel like what standards can someone lower? Like Angela made the comment about income based on where you live. What are some standards that people should consider lowering in order to get a mate?
I think some of the stuff you talked about earlier when you talked about love being, I think some of the stuff you talked about earlier when you talked about love being blind, I think those things matter too. Like, for example, you may have said, I'll never date somebody who has children. You know what I mean? But you find somebody, y'all work together, you like his conversation.
He lied to me about having kids.
Or maybe it didn't come up. Maybe it didn't come up, or when it comes up, you're already interested. Maybe he's divorced. That doesn't come up automatically up front, but some of those past things, I think that sometimes you could lower your standard in the right situation.
How do you not bring up kids up front? That's disturbing to me.
Angela, I wish I heard what you said, but it sounded like you were but I don't know what you said.
How do you not bring up kids at first? Because for me,
you got hooked to the Wi-Fi. Angela, we can't hear what you're saying.
How do you not bring up kids at first, basically?
How did you hear that?
Right.
Yeah, how did you hear
the gist of it?
I was listening. How do you
Maybe
not
she
bring
was
up
talking
kids?
lady Chad, because me and Chad I never would have got any of that. $1 million could have been on the line.
We also couldn't infer that was what she was talking about because she said the word kids and how not. So
and she said at first.
$1 million on the line, I'd have lost it.
Lost it.
Yeah.
No, it's not better.
It's not better.
They heard her again, Chad. It's us.
It is us. It is. We
How
don't
is that
have the
possible?
Capacity. That is wild.
That is crazy that y'all heard her.
I feel like people got stupid. I feel like when you start lowering your standards, you're gonna lower them more and more. You're gonna lower the next thing. You're gonna lower the next thing, and then you fall into this friggin' desperate state of I need to get a man now because I've lowered my standards and like why am I not getting anybody? I'll take you, 300-pound guy who's all of his weights are in his breast.
And I find that women we tend to lower our standards and our expectations a lot more than men do because men tend to stay firm to whatever their standards are. Whenever they say for example, whenever they put a woman in a category or whatever the case, they kind of stick firm to that. And whatever they're looking for as far as their requirements for someone. While women, we tend to waver on our standards a lot more.
Men will waver.
A lot of times we might talk a lot of crap, but at the end of the day, we end up wavering on our standards.
A man will waver too for the right woman. A man will that's pretty much how you know that he's really into you. Because there are some things. I remember I had a rule: you couldn't hang up on me. We'll never talk again. I got women I probably should have been married to, but in around 2017, 2018, I got hung up on for the first time by somebody that I was really feeling. And if she called me right now, I'll get off this live. Literally, that's just the way it is. So I think though that men will lower their standards, but I do agree the standards that a man has, he will he'll tell you. A woman won't even come right out and say, I won't take this. That another man will say, no, I ain't gonna take this. And women, they do cower to that, I believe.
Oh, harsh word, cower.
Man, I think men.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think men lower their standards all the time.
I want to share
all
my.
the time.
Yeah, and not even for the right woman.
Men will sleep with a woman that they lower their standards for. Men will sleep with a woman that they lower their standards for.
Yeah, but that don't count as.
Wait, hold on. What you mean they'll sleep with a woman that? What do you? Are you
like for example, if they have a category of a woman that they consider on their
level?
Are
you saying that when it comes to sexual activities, they'll lower their standards for the type of woman when it comes down? Oh no, I'm talking about regular activities. I'm not talking about sexual activities. I'm talking about regular activities.
Right. Don't reduce my homeboy to a horn dog.
Me and lower their standards all the time.
Can you give me an example, Leroy? I don't think so.
I was gonna say, give me an example.
I'll give you an example.
I need some help differentiating.
Right. If me and you was in an argument, and I said certain things to you that triggered you, I ain't talking about the past to say, Gerard. I'm talking. Let's talk about the plain regular man. You know what I'm saying?
The black shit from Ivy Lane Project.
Right. I want to deal with the common man. You feel what I'm saying? I want to deal with. Come on, Jay. Talking common. I'm talking about the common man. If
the broken bean.
Right. If I say something to you, right, that would be of a violation to your pride, you may respond to me different. You're gonna respond to me in a certain way you wouldn't respond to a woman, right?
I agree.
Why? But I'm saying because the standard is this for you, right? As a
you
man,
can't call me a sissy, but a lady I'm in love with, she might get away with it. I agree, Leroy.
That's what I'm trying to say. So me and Lord, there are certain things that we have standards for that would not fly on a regular basis. That hey, for a woman, I'll lower that standard for
a man. Call me an F.
I don't think that's standard though.
I don't think that counts.
Let's be honest, right? A nigga can't come nothing and say nothing about your mama and get away with it. But a female can say something about your mama and you'll
call your mama. That's not a standard.
Yes, it is.
But we're talking about the standards for dating. The standards with it says lower your standards to find a man. So in this situation, lower standards to find a woman. You tend to not do that. Because we're not talking about how you communicate with Rod versus how you communicate with a woman. We're talking about lowering your standards when it comes to being in a relationship with somebody. Because you still can't hear you, baby.
Oh my bad. And
hold on a second, Angela. You're gonna have to log out and log back on because you're choppy. You're getting choppier and choppier.
Shoot, I'm gonna tell you this. Men do it all the time, anyways. I still
go ahead. Let me see the example this time.
I ain't jumping off this. Hey, listen. I guarantee you, it's about 90%. Let me not go that high.
That's a big.
I might be.
That boy bit off a lot then, didn't he? That boy say 90%.
I say about 70% of the men today did not marry the woman that they wanted to. They go one right there. This is one out of.
I'm not married.
He's not married.
Interjection.
Gerard was married before. That's two. Now I ain't never been married. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, out of the three, we see 2 out of 3 that they lowered their standard.
No, I'm not one of the 3.
Let me not say you lowered. I did not say you lowered your standard. I'm not gonna say you lowered your standard. Let me not say that.
I want to differentiate something and see if there's space here. I hear what you're saying. It resonates. But for me, there's a big difference between lowering your standards and compromising in a relationship. I am compromising in my relationship. Is it lowering my standards? Oh man, that's a critical view of it. I'm gonna give a couple of examples just to give some insight. Um, I'm not a sneakerhead, but my lady can't wear dirty sneakers. You just can't do it. I'll buy you new shoes that day. Don't be wearing some scrub a dubs. You gotta keep them things clean. Me loving the girl who I'm with. Okay, your shoes ain't clean. Didn't see him before today. I am lowering my standard because I love you and I don't want to make a big deal about it. But on the other side of lowering standards to just get through, the waves of a relationship, some elements become compromises to where it's like, I'm not going to buy you new pairs of shoes. I'm going to almost accept what you're presenting, even though I don't like it, because I'm compromising my expectations or my desires versus lowering the standard. My standard's still there. I'm just compromising it.
Yeah, we talking about the founder woman.
I think there's a difference between standards and things that you would like to have. I would like to have a guy that washes dishes. Me saying that he doesn't have to wash dishes every day is not me lowering my standards. It, like you said, Chad, it's me compromising something that I would like to have.
Sure.
One standard is you got to believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm not compromising that. I'm not lowering my standards on that. Okay, God is real, but I don't believe Jesus is God manifested in the flesh. No, we can't work. We can't work.
Okay.
What if he says that, but his life
must be my standards?
Okay, Jay, that's exactly.
Yeah.
And these
I
things
want to know that. I want to know that.
But let's get deeper in that.
Telling you that men do it all the time, because I know a lot of men whose standard is, I want a wife that's gonna cook when I get home. I want a meal that's gonna be prepared. And I know a lot of men that lowered their standard and married women that do not cook.
But are those the same men? But are those the same men that be like, well, I don't care if she cook, but he really actually wanted her to know how to cook?
What?
There are dudes that say that they don't care if I don't care if she can cook, I can cook for myself. But they actually want a woman that can cook. Are you talking about those people? Do they count?
No, I said I know men whose standard, they want women to cook. That's their standard.
I get
it's
that.
Not
because the standard doesn't have to be stated.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But
yeah, that's one that has to be stated.
No. What he's saying is,
I'm just giving an example of a standard that a lot of men that I know that they've adjusted or compromised or for a women. I'm saying men. Let me not just say it. Men, we do it all the time. Men and women do it all the time.
Can I interject something real quick, Leroy? I don't even have to tell you that I'm lowering my standard. I think the point is, though, even if I'm the only person that knows that I lowered my standard, because the conversation is not about what you're willing to do for me. The conversation is, can you lower your standards, or will you lower your standards? And I think there are a lot of men who would prefer a woman to cook that don't even have that conversation, but just deal with a woman who will not, because they lowered their standards. You know what I mean? No one's blaming the woman for that or saying you didn't tell me that, so I can't do it. But that doesn't make the other fact less true, that it was a standard internally that I lowered.
So Brandon, you saying that somebody told you that you need to lower your standards, like, so hey, you need your person don't have to be a believer, you should change that.
So when people tell me that I need to lower my standards because they assume that my let me because this is not about me. But let me say this. I know. Most people assume my standards. No one has ever really asked me, and I'm not going to say what they are. No one has ever really asked me what my standards are. They assume because I'm not in a relationship. Oh, you're so pretty. You have great personality. Why are you single? Your standards must be too high.
You getting thick. Saw you with the cat.
What? So no one has ever told me what standards I need to lower because they don't know what your girl standards are. They just assume because I'm not in a relationship, my standards must be he has to make $7.7 million every 8 months. Like, that would be nice though.
Mm.
Right.
I lower my standards
So
for my relationship, and I'm not happy about it.
Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that there's malleability in me. So
The current relationship you're in right now,
yeah, but
I hope you haven't shared this to your page.
no, I haven't.
Because you may not have to.
You're still breaking up, Angela. Girl, I don't know what you just said.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, get on that 5G, Angela.
I have somebody that just messaged that said she's got to cook something, whatever that means. Like, does she have to know how to cook, or can she just make some eggs? He said men do lower their standards when it comes to dating. I like, wait for it. I like women who have a bed frame, but I lower my standards to a girl that just sleeps on the mattress on the floor. That's not lowering your standards. That's a compromise.
Yeah. So see, so this is why I brought that up. There's this fine line of like, are you really lowering your standards, or are you compromising for the person that you love? The things I think I'm lowering my standards for, if I thought about them deeply, they're a little petty, so they're not deeply founded.
Sorry, some of the standards that I hear that men have. She needs to be respectful. She like
wait. I'm sorry. Men, tell us what standards y'all have.
And that
hold on. Can we first establish that, when we talk about standards, that like, because Brandon, I heard you say that's not a standard, that's a compromise. And I understand, like, for your perspective, that might be right. Because somebody might say, well, you with the Jesus is not a standard, it's a compromise, right? No. What I'm saying, right. So what I'm saying is, right, it would be our belief on what we hold that, to be true versus, somebody else's opinion. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think standards are things that are more difficult to waver on. Yeah, waver on. Things you want versus things you want. Like, I want a guy that has a PhD, but someone that has a master's. My standard is not a PhD, because I'm willing to do, if you are financially responsible and you can handle this and you have your own business and you doing whatever you ain't even gotta have a bachelor's degree, my guy.
You're talking about minimum qualifications versus required qualifications.
Right. I think standards are required.
I agree.
A requirement for me, your grill got to be right.
That's
I
a standard, brother.
I could never, that's just me personally. If your teeth jacked up,
Brandy, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
No, I literally just
hygiene. Your hygiene definitely has to be on point. I'm not a guy.
Don't use a rag, I can't be with you.
Right. I'm not a guy. I don't do hairy armpits. I don't, I don't understand women like being natural. You know what I'm saying? I don't do
be natural down the road, sis.
I don't do mustache. I don't do mustaches or
somebody get Leroy off this thing. I'm done.
Like I said earlier,
so you wouldn't talk
Love is Blind.
You wouldn't talk to a girl with a condition?
With the who?
With a condition, because some women have PCOS or something like that, and they grow facial hair.
And they grow facial hair.
Yes, and that's something that they can help.
Why she can't get it plucked?
What is it called? What is it called, D?
So it's polycystic ovarian syndrome. It's a hormonal imbalance. It's a hormonal imbalance where sometimes they grow facial hair. Sometimes it can also make them infertile. Like there's different things.
Way to make it sad, Sensuella. Now I feel like I'm picking on the handicap. Way to go to make me convicted. I'm sorry, sis.
is a
If anyone's
conviction.
watching and you have that going on, I'll date you. We'll rub beards together. Thank you, Sensual.
I am done with you.
I don't even know how to answer that. What was the question, Brandy?
So, man, I don't even know what the question was after that. The question is, men, what are some of your standards? Give us 3 of your non-negotiables.
Like your bare minimums, bare minimum requirements.
So
I'll
your
go second.
wants, not your standards.
Oh, huh?
Go ahead, Jay.
I don't
First
think standards are bare
non-negotiable.
minimums.
First non-negotiable. You have to be a giver. You have to be caring. Second, you have to understand that
Writing these down.
I like to laugh, so you can't be too serious. And lastly, you've got to be somebody I can look at without my stomach turning. I'm not superficial, but you got to be attractive for me.
Or not repulsive. Well, that's not even a joke, right?
Because based on what you described,
Right. Yeah.
That's not even a joke.
No, that's just for real. My 3, and this is difficult. I will try and answer. I'm actually happy to say this. I want a God-fearing woman.
Okay.
And I've tried to date someone outside of my faith, and I finally understood what being unevenly yoked meant and how it felt. So that's I think something I need or want. It's not a negotiable. She has to be someone who presents love and can accept love, and someone who respects me as a person and people as people. Like, don't shame a homeless person. Don't shame a obese person. I need someone who understands that, like, we are just in bodies. These are just bodies. We gotta see past that shit. Excuse my language, but those are my 3.
Okay. Realist, you're up.
Has to be emotional intelligent. Has to be a safe space for me to land emotionally.
Count them together. You got 1.
Well, I don't know, because I think some people can have emotional intelligence. Okay, you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
I will count those together. I
Yeah, I
agree.
will say. I will see that.
No, you're right. I will put
6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other.
Yeah. Oh, definitely has to have basic comprehension.
Oh, I said it.
Whatever comes after this,
Exactly.
it's hilarious.
You mean common sense?
No, I don't know about because I can't say if it's common. I just can say it's I can just say the word that I think that everybody understands, which is that's like non-biased and objective comprehension. Gotta have basic just comprehension.
You know what? And I think that's something, and not to bring a family thing, but I think that is very not a whole family. Never mind. Yeah.
Goodbye.
I dated a dude who did his comments. I told him, I straight up told him, I was like, I got your share of common sense. I got your share because you ain't got none. So I must have got your share.
So that was a jab without even throwing a jab at someone who doesn't have common sense. That's brutal, Brandy. Why are you so mean? You need to be nicer to people.
Right. I'll try.
Do not.
So,
and the third one is unwavering loyalty.
Okay, Trump.
Right. Wait a minute. What do you mean unwavering loyalty?
No, that sounds like love. That sounds like love.
Well, yeah, it can be defined as love, but when I say unwavering loyalty, I just look at it in the sense of, knowing that, no matter what, whether you in my face or not, you always gonna do right by me.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't have. That's not even whether it's with a man, with a woman, and that, I'm not worried about cheating. I'm just saying, no matter where I am, and whether what I'm saying, whether you're in my face or not, you always gonna do right, by me, and you should expect the same from me.
So my interpretation is that regardless of what you do or how you treat her, she's supposed to be loyal to you.
No,
That's how I
come
take
on.
it too.
No,
No. So here's what I'm saying, right? I feel like and I
despite the
appreciate.
circumstances.
No, right. No, but what I'm saying is, I think when I'm answering these questions, right, I think I believe that I'm answering from a place of that everybody kind of understands that, hey, I'm not saying if I beat her up, she not supposed to leave. Like, that's common sense, right? I don't think that's, depending. I can see if you was talking to somebody else. I'm just saying, what I'm saying, with the, who you talking to. I think that's common knowledge to know that I'm not communicating that anybody should remain loyal in any type of abusive situation, right? I think y'all know me long enough. We had enough conversations to know that's never been my position. So
But
if
you have
I'm
to remind the people that are listening and the people that are watching may not know you. Could be their first time watching or listening to the podcast. So
right, but you said that. Oh, no, okay,
Clarification.
okay. If I'm speaking to them, that's something different. But you said that y'all said that's how y'all interpret it. You didn't say them. You said that's how personally you guys
right, because I
interpret
do
it.
try to think of it from the realm of a lot of people.
Okay, come on.
So unwavering.
They're not wrong though.
Yeah,
Semantics changes the conversation.
Listen, I like to dissect, my dear.
I know you said 3, but this one is important. She got to be black. That's a standard for me.
Okay.
She got to be black.
No,
That is,
For me.
I hear you, but I'm amazed by that statement because,
Why?
well, because let me say this in a way that I think the audience can. It's palpable. Our Black experience is about 100 years old or two. So we don't really have a firm grip on like blackness from the African blackness, right? So Dominican, my dad is adopted.
You go, Chad. I'm calling the FBI on you when this podcast is over. They're gonna be knocking on your door. You're going in, but
my dad
you didn't have to do that.
Is adopted, and I think Dominican because his hair don't nap right. You know what I'm saying?
all right.
And there's light-skinned people in my family that have 2 black parents.
He said his hair don't
So
nap.
my affinity for black people is blended because,
But they're still black.
yeah, but for me, black is not 100%, right? You could be.
And they only black when they want to be black.
I don't need. So it's just interesting to me because I wonder what your percentage of. What's your requirement, right? Like,
what is your black? What does black mean to you, Jay?
What's your blickety black? She gotta be blickety black. She gotta be can't get a sunburn black. She gotta
because I'm not black enough because I got burnt one time. That junk hurt. I don't know why people do that junk.
She gotta be dark skinned because you could be light skinned black. Like, what's your? She gotta be.
Angela asked. She said his hair doesn't nap right. What does that mean, girl? That you're not doing this.
Yeah, you ain't got that.
So I hear what Chad is saying and what the commenter is saying. She has to identify with the black experience, even the young one, even the 100-year-old one in America. She has to identify with that. She has to be black, preferably with a grandparent from Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, or South Carolina. That's
I
how
got
black.
one from Alabama and from Georgia. Hey,
Yeah,
I'm black.
She has to be black.
Oh, you from Jamaica? You black?
You're from yeah. And again, I'm big on culture and woke and yoke, and I'm for me, I want somebody who can identify with me as a black man in all parts, not someone
black man in America.
Yeah, black man in America, not someone who when I say how I feel when I got stopped or how I feel at work,
you're saying, "Oh, I think you're being dramatic," because you only got one time to say that to me, and all my stuff is packed, and I'm gone. Because you're trying to tell me how you feel based on your Black experience being Jamaican or Bahamian. For example, I know some Bahamian people, and literally they don't have a reference point when we talk about certain things. They have no reference point, and they almost make you feel like your fears, your anxieties, your truth is not real because they don't identify with it. They think I'm weak because they have this great pride, and it's not that they. I'm only a couple generations removed from sharecroppers and slavery, so there's some stuff I'm working through, and I need somebody who can identify that with me and not try to explain that away out of my life.
I understand.
Diminish your experience.
Say that again.
You don't want to diminish your experience.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
True.
Thank you for your response. That helps me understand what you meant by that.
Yes.
Yep. And I think that's a beautiful thing, though. It's you knowing what you want to be able to share with somebody without being like, I'm not crazy. Like, this is my experience.
Right.
Like, please sympathize with me because it's real. Okay.
I think that was for Jay.
I appreciate that, big homie.
Raw news, no fluff.
Oh, where did Chad go? Okay, he's still there.
So this last one, just to clarify, this one was non-negotiables, or these were just things that they want?
Standards.
That's got to be.
These were standards.
Different perspective.
So what was the one that the realist was saying before, like good hygiene, she got to have good teeth, and what was that?
That was a standard for me as well.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't two separate lists.
So she can't have that one black tooth right there that you can
She
barely
can't have
see
a
every now
black
and again.
tooth. She can't have a tooth hanging beneath another tooth. She can't have. She can't have a. I seen a girl with a gap, and then she was smiling. And there was a tooth at the bottom that was showing between the gap, and that tooth was bleeding red. I said, "Oh Lord."
Oh Lord.
Can I respond to the question or to the statement that was made about me?
Go for it, because I'm
Leroy is out of control, for the record.
He is out of control.
Now, I don't know why y'all sitting up here trying to act like y'all ain't seen people who got yuck mouths.
When
now,
you
know
didn't have to say that, girl. Had a tooth.
No, because I talked about it on the blind.
You talking
I
about I
talked
didn't
about it on
have
the Love Is Blind thing. There was a
talking
dude.
about
He had great
Gerard focused on the
conversation.
wrong thing.
That was a dude.
He talking about I didn't have to say it. He ain't focused on the fact about the trauma that I went through. That's what I'm trying to tell him.
All right, you're right, my boy. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. Someone
But I had
said
talked
that.
about that. Talked about it. I'm sorry, real quick. You can answer that question. I talked about it earlier in the podcast in the show.
Yeah.
I was talking to this dude. Great conversation. The conversation was spectacular. It was wonderful. I was just like, oh, I can't wait to fall in love with you. Then he smiled, and they had that two right there was black. I was like, bro.
Brandy, you have to speed dating. You need speed dating.
I should do what?
Speed dating.
Oh, them things would be good. No. We sit up for 3 minutes looking at each other.
I would like to try that. That'll probably be fun.
I think that would be fun.
It'll be fun for you because you will be quick to be like, yes, no.
No, thank you.
Swipe left.
That is crazy.
Can you ring the bell? Ring the bell. I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Someone said that perspective is how we learn and grow. I think someone having a different perspective from mine is how we learn and grow. But I think the impact in that is someone who can first identify and understand where I'm at and offer me a different point of view. So I think if I'm with a Caucasian woman or a woman of even a woman who's brown skinned, not of my experience, that she would be projecting, not offering me a different point of view. She would be, because all her statements, her ideas, her ideology, they would be based upon conjecture and assumptions. I don't think she could. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
If a woman, let's just say we take the same premise of situation, right? But the response isn't what you are afraid of it being. So, for example, let's say if it's a woman filled with the Spirit, right? And then you say that to her, and then the Lord give her a word to speak to your spirit. And the word isn't necessarily, hey, everything gonna be all right. It could just be, hey, that may not be my experience, and I understand, and though I may not understand what you're going through, I do know what it's like to be discriminated against because of you know what I'm saying. And though it may not be the same, and I empathize with you on that, tell me what I can do to show up for you and what you need from me right now.
I'm gonna say, Snow Bunny, let's go.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna say, Snow Bunny. I'm gonna say, Snow Bunny, let's go, baby girl. You talk to me like that, and you say the Spirit led you. I'm gonna say, lead me deeper too. I'm safe beyond the waters, and I'm safe beyond the borders. Let's go. Talk to me.
Talk to you. So it's not necessary. So it don't necessarily. So it's not necessarily a race thing. It's
when you the next time you come to Restored Church, all that other shout music, it ain't gonna be none of that no more. We're gonna be in there swaying from side to side like this. You're my Jesus. You're our
I think
pal.
you have to be in a relationship with someone.
You're my
in order
pal,
to get the
Jesus.
perception of somebody. I don't think you need that. I can get your perception on something. We ain't got to be in a relationship. I can still not want to date you and get your perception on a matter.
Can I say this too? We limited our standards to 3 because Brandy asked us for 3. But it's possible for you to be with a Black woman who doesn't show or who doesn't have the same perspective you have on the Black experience.
That's true.
So I want to say this. We limited it to 3 because that's what we were asked. But even if you're a Black woman who can't identify with my struggle as a Black man, that's a no-go for me. Because I need somebody to identify with my struggle. Because when I want to do something silly and crazy, I want you to be able to say no, but I understand. I don't want you to explain it away and try to make me feel crazy a little bit inside. Chuck, did you get on live to stare at me judgingly?
Why do we question men's standards and try to convict them, but women's standards are what they are? Who said that, Angela?
Whose question?
Angela asked that question. Who said that?
Angela mad because that Wi-Fi ain't working. Angela got to come back.
It was a man who questioned his standards, not us. We didn't question anything.
What Angela said?
I don't know what she said.
I think Angela got 2 mics on. That's the only thing I could deduce from.
Ashley interprets tongues. What did Angela just say?
Stupid.
Well,
you stupid.
I'm trying to say that Angela stated that he doesn't want anyone hairy, and if someone said what she has PCOS, if he wants somebody hairy, he don't want somebody hairy. Whether she has PCOS.
Angela, I'm gonna cut you off, love bug. I'm gonna cut you off because nobody knows what you're saying.
Wait, what was that? What just was that?
You can have to put that in the comment, Angela.
I heard something about
I see.
Don't laugh at that. I do not think that we question men's standards. I think women's standards are more questioned than men.
Because as a matter of fact, they were questioning each other. We didn't really, I just asked for elaboration.
Do y'all think that men's standards are like more scrutinized than women's standards?
No.
Yeah, I think
I think so.
In today's society, it's equal. I mean, I can't turn on Instagram or Facebook without seeing some type of relationship. I'm thinking, wow, all these relationships are showing up on my thing. I can't get it to go off.
Look at how they castrated Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels was one of the first guys in a long time to stand up and say,
that's a good point.
Men could have super standards too. And when he literally flipped the script and treated women like women have treated men forever, women were celebrating his untimely death.
Yeah,
they were celebrating his untimely death because of what he said, but he literally did what men have been going through forever. And I'm not saying he was right or wrong, But I'm saying it literally is what men have been going through forever. You know what I mean?
I want to know if you think he was right or wrong.
He had valid points.
I agreed a lot with Kevin Samuels. I don't like his delivery. I think he was mean spirited.
Is what the problem is.
Yeah, he was mean spirited. But Kevin Samuels had a lot. I know a lady. Well, I know a girl who has more than 5 children, and she's looking for love. And she says all the time she would never look at a man that has 5 children. I'm thinking to myself, what does that even sound like?
No, I understand that. As a woman of 4, I don't want anyone who has children. And I feel like because I give a lot of energy to my children, so I need your energy to go to them as well. We need to all be focused on these 4.
That proves my point, though.
If you had $5 million, let's give you 50 million, Ash. Would that change?
That's only about 3 million less than what she has. Go ahead.
Right. Pennies.
If you had unlimited financial capability, would that change your opinion?
That's a good question.
No, because I'm not expecting anyone to support me financially, but I do value the investment of time and conversation with my girls. So that if I would want you to pour into them and to cultivate them with the things that are inside of you. So I would need us to be focused on these 4.
And if I got $50 million, what I need you for?
See, Brandy, you just got to be a little nicer. It's all we're asking for. I got 42 million. What? I don't.
I agree. Kevin Samuels' delivery was trash, and then he always used the same stats. Like, dude, it's 2021.
But what do you feel about his content? What do you feel about his content, though?
We said his points. Most of his points were valid. It's just his delivery stuff, and it's like a lot of times he would have to really basically diminish a woman's value to nothing, and basically put her down all the way to 0.
Well, hold on.
They showed up for that conversation, though.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, so because he didn't diminish anybody. He asked them some questions. They responded. He gave a response based off of the answer that they gave.
You make it sound so innocent.
I know.
Well, I'm not. Hold on. Hold on. Time out. I'm not saying that it's innocent, but however, I am aware of the fact that there is an entertainment piece to it that actually drives the actual, views to the actual channel, which gets him paid. So he's not doing it for free. So I understand that there's a balance in that, right? Even in everything that we watch, there's a level of entertainment that keeps us glued to the actual situation.
Right.
Otherwise, we wouldn't pay attention to it.
But everything he said was not based on what their responses were. I think he was too blanketed, and I mean, because I like some of the stuff he said, and I think maybe I felt a certain type of way because some of the things that he talked about, I am in that position. He would say, "Oh, you have multiple children. Oh, you need to just get whoever you can get," and it's like kind of that was his standard, and that seemed like a standard for him. Like if you have over 2 children, who are you to say something? If you are over this age, girl, you need to just pick up anybody and everybody. But that's not the case for everybody.
But I think a lot of people pick that particular statement, and especially where he told the girl that was over 35 with multiple children, she was saying that she had to date somebody for a certain amount of months before they went to bed. And he said, you don't get that as an option. You got all these children, multiple dads. We have to admit that a lot of that is true. You meet a man 35 to 40 and you have multiple children, multiple dads, and he's dating you and you want him to be Russell Wilson to your Sierra. That doesn't happen often. If that does happen, that's an exception to the rule. That's not the rule. And no matter how ugly that truth is, we can't blame Kevin Samuels, just like you can't blame the mailman for bringing you an eviction notice. That's real. They're just bringing it. It hurts just as much, but they're just bringing it. You know what I mean? I think Kevin.
So you're saying that.
And women want a Russell Wilson, and they're not even Sierra.
Watch it.
You're saying that men
They out here like Whoopi.
He would check men and women, and it's like, for example, he said,
He
like,
would check
if you're a man,
women like,
but he would check some of the ways that he would check. Like, for example, he'd be like, "Ma'am, you're a 2 at best." Damn.
and he was sitting on a 4. On the negative side of the
Like,
scale.
he's like, "Your face is a 2 at best."
Well, I see that I don't really, because I
That's what
think
I'm saying. Like that kind of stuff that I'm saying that would have been.
I think that's subjective. Yeah, I don't like that element, but you can't deny that he was on the money for the most part.
For the context of that,
he
though,
was on
if
the money.
if someone is saying, and Dr. Jackson, I hear you on that. For the context, though, if someone is saying, and I'm watching this thing called the balloon pop. This is one of the most fascinating things I've seen on YouTube ever. It's basically, I love it. I love it. I'm happily married, so I love to watch people in their dating experiences, because I would not want to do it in today's time. But with that being said,
yes, especially not in Orlando.
I think you know, I think with that being said, he said something like that in the context where someone was saying, well, my man has to look like a 10 out of 10. Well, sis, let's be real. If you're a 2, should you like aim for a 4.5? Right?
Come on, Chubb.
I'm just like, so there was a I believe he did some really cruel call outs. I agree. But he did some really crucial call-ins. And that's the context of
Let's go, Dad. Let's go, Dad.
I'm a 2 by whose standard?
Hey, I like that. Call out, call ins. If you're
but I'm a 2 by whose standards? Because what he seemed to be equating as a 2 is a woman that has kids. She has she's over 35.
I disagree, because most of America went, yeah, he said the elephant in the room.
Yeah,
like that's what happened.
When he was calling the girls out, because if they was beautiful, he gave them their props. But a lot of them were older. That's one of them was 5'6", 220. Another one was
right. You know what that is.
No,
right.
but I think
mathematics tells you that what she looks like.
That's personal preference. Physics. Because I've seen some huge women, and like the realist said, their gums bleeding, walking across the street with these guys who idolize them. Like I've seen the most interesting women with these dudes that are really in love with them, and I'm like, well, dang.
But that's not the norm, though.
I think it's I see that a lot. So I think
I see it a lot.
Personal preference. Some people don't mind.
Actually, I agree with you on that. I do think, though, I think what we're talking about is energy and ego. So if someone thinks that they're the business and that they're God's gift to earth and even the flood can stop their existence, right? I think that there's a difference. And that's why I brought up that balloon pop example. The two people in that, and right, 2 people in that. There was one. Like she had what people called the auntie hairstyle, and and she just, her energy was, most of the men said it was more masculine than theirs, and it wasn't because she was direct. It was just because she just had this. She came from an attacking place, and then there was the Dr. Elon, who everyone, by standards, probably many women would want to be with, but he had this air of arrogance, and a lot of women didn't want to be with him because of that. And so I think there's an energy that goes into that, and that's the standard. The standard is the energy, not the way someone looks. Because I have friends and family with folks who are not attractive in physicality, but in spirit and in beauty they are, and vice versa. I have some family.
Text me the names.
I will,
text me the names.
Because I have some family who are with some very beautiful people, and in their spirit and their spirit and energy are very nasty and ugly.
Text those names.
Absolutely, we'll love to.
I think that the conversation. It's interesting that we could say Kevin Samuels and his call outs, or what he sees in the value of a woman, because that's really what people had a problem with, how he talked to women. I think maybe they had a problem with that because they were women. Women cannot take criticism the way that men can. and at
Facts.
the rate that they dish it out to men.
Facts.
and it's just and maybe because
Oh my gosh.
maybe because they are more delicate. Maybe look right now. Brandy, don't hit
Sir,
me. Right?
sir,
Don't hit me, Brandy.
the one
Brandy.
thing women are always thinking about, subconsciously or consciously, is don't mess up this man's ego because he gonna cry about it. Y'all so darn sensitive, y'all don't even know y'all sensitive.
That ain't even true.
Yeah, I don't believe that, and I don't believe you believe that.
I believe that he believes that.
That's why I gotta keep saying. I think a lot of times, man, I hear, y'all keep talking about the anomalies, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about
the exception to the rule. Yeah.
Right. We keep talking about the regulars, and y'all keep talking about these anomalies. And I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? I've dated a lot of regulars, and the stuff that you saying does not compute or add up to the experience, and not just mine. I mean, I know a lot of friends who would vouch and say the same thing. So so I would appreciate it for the distinguished women on this panel who are the anomaly to bring it back down, to the basics that y'all know. When I say the basics, y'all know basic women. Y'all know, and I'm not telling you to say that. I'm not saying that women are basic. I'm saying that, hey,
great
how
point.
y'all thinking, that is not the normal thing.
Great point.
That is not the normal experience. So we keep having conversations about experiences that are abnormal to us. So
great point.
I'm not saying that what y'all saying is not true. We do believe that women such as what y'all saying do exist. But however, that is not the male experience. For about 80 to 90% of the totality of men, that is not their experience. So if y'all could kind of talk to us from that level, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I'm appreciating the vernacular though. You put in some descriptive words that were more than simple, and I agree.
They told me I'm not allowed to use big words.
No, they said that preemptively. They did it time and time again. Throw in them SAT words.
Ain't nobody gotta get a dictionary every time Dr. Jackson talk. I ain't on that,
Cause if I tell you some of the things that, and I'm gonna go here. Let me go on camera.
Cut your camera on.
Let me turn this way.
Cut your camera on, man.
Camera on this.
Yeah.
If I tell y'all some of the things,
tell us
that Christian women,
oh boy,
have said to the men that I know personally.
Yeah.
Right.
Christian women.
Listen. I'm not talking like 4 or 3 or 5 or 6. Right. I know a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been to, men's meetings. You know what I'm saying? Well, we got like 50, 60 men, and 45 of them are saying, "Hey, this is my experience." Right. So when you say, "Hey, women are thinking, how do I not bruise his ego?" That is. If you would have been in that meeting, you wouldn't have said that. You would have been like, "Oh my goodness." So I'm saying, what I'm saying is, women do not think about. I'm not saying all women, don't think about that. That women, I'm saying from the experience, from the statistics, don't back up the claim that y'all saying. That's what I'm saying. Statistically, it don't back up what y'all
What's
saying.
the claim that you're? I'm sorry, I got lost in the looks thing. What was the claim that you're saying that?
Well, the claim was that women are fearful of the bruising a man's ego. So a lot of times we watch what we say.
I think that's true too. I'm not bringing back to the balloon pop.
But he's saying that the 90%, he's saying based on what he's saying, based on what a large group of men have told him, that's not the case, that women don't care about what they don't care about bruising a man's ego.
If she doesn't care about you, she definitely doesn't care about your ego.
Now I
But
just think in conversations when it's time to choose self-preservation over somebody else's self-preservation over somebody else's over you needing to show up for them in a particular way. I think a lot of times women choose self-preservation, so they don't choose to withhold certain things that they say that are very hurtful. Very, I mean, I'm talking
Oh,
about very hurtful.
a woman is more visceral in arguments. A woman will, yeah.
I'm not even talking. Listen.
that
I'm
is
not even.
only
Listen. I'm not even talking about in arguments. G. I ain't even got to the argument part.
Nah,
Come
I'm
on.
talking
okay.
about
Don't get
before.
there yet. Don't go
I'm
there
talking
yet.
about before we even get to the argument. There are barriers, right, and walls that we have to knock
Chubb over
down,
there praying for
right?
his cousin.
You know what I'm saying? You have barriers and walls that we have to knock down
Chubb
to
is
get
praying.
to the All right, dog. Y'all. All right.
I think that
Cash.
I got it. I got it.
Hold on, Chad. Cash, go ahead.
I think that goes back to what you said as far as one of your three, the realist, being emotionally intelligent. I think that a lot of women, or some women, I'm not gonna say a lot because I don't know the ratio, but some women will use words to get an emotional response because they're in their emotions. So I'm not me, but a woman might say something belittling or offensive to get an emotional response because men are very stonewalled and hard and guarded and protected, and words do matter. So I think that it's not that she doesn't care or whatever. It's just if I'm in an emotional space, I need you to be there with me.
So are women more emotionally intelligent because men tend to use the physical more if it happens to be not the same thing, right? So
No,
women might use words that might cut, but men use physical more often than not.
No, I think that because women do those things, use words to get an emotional response, I think that's a sign of lacking emotional intelligence. Because why would you want to hurt
I
someone?
don't think that was my question.
You said, are they more or less? You said, are they more emotionally intelligent because they're using those words to get an
Then
emotional response?
I
right?
asked my question incorrectly. Then my
Okay.
apologies.
I think men are way more emotional intelligent, right? And to an extent. So I'm just gonna keep it a buck. If Gerard, Chad, Shell, I'm gonna ask you this. What is one thing? Give me two things that you've been taught to not ask a woman, to not mention something about a woman. Give me two things. Her weight and what else?
Her age.
Her weight and her age. You follow what I'm saying? Now, I'm saying, why can't you ask a woman about her weight or her age?
You can.
No, that's not. I'm pretty
Did you
sure.
say you can or can't?
Cannot. Why were we taught to not ask a woman about her weight or her age?
Because they get bent out of shape about aging. They get bent out of shape about
because it may have an impact on her what? Ego.
On her. Oh yeah. But a woman will call you fat and laugh at.
So what I'm saying is, from the time we were young, we've been conditioned to look out for the woman's ego, right? To provide a safe space for them since we were young. We've been conditioned to do these things. We are emotional. We are emotional.
That's so untrue.
I think that goes.
Okay,
that's
right.
so
untrue. That goes both ways.
I want to go in.
I grew up. My dad always said to us, a man wants consistency in his household, and he wants to be respected. Consistency, when he come home, he let the temperature always be the same. Don't be hot and cold all the time. So we're taught the same thing. Things that we're not supposed to say.
Ashley.
Penis size.
Yeah.
Calling him a creep, and then he acts like a woman. Mm-hmm. Those are things that, because those are ego bruisers.
Ashley.
Yeah.
Ashley.
Y'all do that though.
Women do that. Stop acting like a little boy. Like
Ashley. What I keep trying to, you see, I feel like y'all is getting back to
I know where he's going with
point
this
that I'm making, right?
Yeah,
right. Keep talking about. I know your daddy. I can't tell you. I can't name 10 men that's like Uncle Shaq.
Yeah,
I cannot name them. I cannot name 10 men that's like your daddy. And I don't,
Right.
and from my experience and from my conversations with women, period. That's friends, relationships. I can't name 5 women right now who said that they daddy had that conversation with them.
1000%. Lee was 1000%. And I think that y'all are in a bubble. And
We're not
because
disagreeing with that.
So no. So what I'm
right,
saying is
but
you can't.
Ashley's
But
saying
Ashley's
that
point was
what her dad taught her
women are taught
proves
that.
the
All
point.
women, no,
Women are
no,
not
they
taught that.
not. They
Ashley was taught
not.
that. Brandy was taught
Yeah.
that.
No, there are women that are taught like,
Yeah,
girl,
but that
even
doesn't
if it's
represent the
friends,
My
your
majority of
gosh,
your
dog. You
women.
see
friends,
what I'm
your
saying?
aunts,
No,
your
Brandy, you're
uncles.
That's what I keep
doing it. You're
saying.
not
But he's
listening.
saying
You're doing
he's
exactly
saying
what
it
I
does
just
not
You're not
said.
represent the
listening, Brandy.
majority. He said it does not
Yeah.
represent the majority. That's basically what he's saying.
I heard
Because
that.
not all women were raised by their dads to tell them that.
Correct.
Not many of them were raised by mothers who told them that they cannot say those things to bruise a man's ego. So you guys are talking from your experience, because that's how your dad raised you. And
2
so
weeks ago.
Leroy is so sorry. The realist is saying that basically you guys can't talk from that experience. You have to talk from the broader spectrum of women who
And
might not have had a father who taught them that they can't do these things to bruise a man's ego. Because there
No,
are women out here who will say anything out the side of their face, not even caring.
right, but
Reese, let
I'm
me
not saying they
this
can't
Leroy
talk
real
from their.
quick.
I'm not saying that they can't talk from their experience. I'm saying they can't make their experience
Everybody else's
as it's the norm.
standard.
Because I can hear that and say, hey, that's why I established. I said in the beginning, what? Hey, we already know that what from the anomalies, these things already happen. So we ain't even got to even talk about them. But let's speak to on a broader perspective of what the majority go through, what the majority actually experience and stuff like that. And the majority of women aren't taught to not hurt a man's feelings, right? Let's be honest.
I disagree.
Okay.
But
So
why are
my
they taught that? Not taught.
yeah,
I'm sorry, Chad.
so
Go ahead.
yeah, my perspective is sociology.
Oh, I was about to say, Chad, you have a rat going up your stairs. It was a dog. Never mind. It was a dog.
Yeah, it's a big dog. That's Luna.
Sorry. Go ahead,
Good
Chad.
looking out though, Brandy.
Yeah, this ain't Brooklyn. 20, 25 years removed. I'm good. No
But are
roaches.
you in Apopka? Because it could be.
Yeah, Papa had
Okay.
a baby. So from the sociology perspective, this is what I want to entertain as a thought. We as young men, boys, right, growing adolescents, grew up with a comfort with, yo, you stink, bro. No, you stink. Yo, you ugly, man. No, you ugly. Insults and insights were not internalized. We took it as banter and was like, I ain't never gonna get a compliment. I'm never gonna get yo, you look good. That don't happen until 7th grade when you get a fresh cut that your mom paid for or something. But ladies, I will preface this with a generalization, have a upbringing sociologically that, oh, you're so pretty, you're so cute, you're so nice. So we are groomed to give women compliments and uplift their ego. And for men, you ain't going to get that. So when we get into adulthood and dating and partnerships, men hardly, seldom get, you're great, you're awesome, you are beautiful, you're wonderful. We don't get those compliments. And if we do, thank you for seeing me. I appreciate it. But on the other side, my opinion is that there's an expectation that men would big up the woman. You are beautiful, you are wonderful, you are casted in a beautiful light. So there's this juxtaposition between what is expected to be communicated versus what is
That was definitely a 50-cent word.
So here's my closing statement. Yes, men are more sensitive because we're not groomed to get compliments. So if you do tear into us, I'm like, of all the things you could see, you chose to highlight that. And from a woman's perspective, I could compliment you 10 days in a row. The first time I tell you something that I don't like, it's heavy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we as men we will refrain from that feedback because we know that you have an affinity for being brought up, not given honest, brute feedback.
And that's why I said earlier they can't deal with criticism the same.
Preaching.
We literally, there's a saying that everyone uses: "Happy wife, happy life." We acting like this ain't real. We know this is real. It is 1000% real that men are conditioned to, and I know this as a man who prides myself on working hard to make sure the woman I'm dating is happy and pleased and taken care of and served. But I can tell you, from being married twice to women who didn't have dads. Got married at 18. It was a whirlwind. It didn't last long. But literally, look, thank you. Just
how do you do that? How do you do that?
But being married twice to women who did not have fathers. It was just last week. I tried to date a girl last week. We had a whirlwind for a week. It literally started on a Friday and ended the following Friday. She literally texted me one Friday and said, "Hey, I go to this banquet with me." Never talked a day in our life. The next weekend, we go all out, right? She constantly told me about how she had a dad and how she didn't need a man and how this, that. I mean, she literally, and I'm saying to myself, I knew that wasn't going to work because for me, my greatest need is not sex. Women say, we say a man's greatest need is sex. Man's greatest need is to feel needed.
Value, facts, super
it's
facts.
To feel needed. And I know as a man, I work overtime to be needed. But I can tell you, with every woman I've dated that did not have a dad, or even the ones that had a really good dad, they don't make you feel needed or valued. And literally, you'll kill yourself mentally and emotionally trying to keep up and do it. Leroy talking facts. And I think that y'all live in a bubble. And because of that, so I had a costume change. This is like Aretha Franklin.
I think
I got ADD. I can't help it.
Okay, well, you're up,
literally, I think to hear women say, as men are saying, just what Chad said, women all the time get compliments. They're all the time pursued. They're all the time. So when a man gets that, I'm gonna tell you, that's why a lot of men cheat. A lot of men cheat because if they do get attention from the fast girl at their job, it's something that's refreshing that he may not be getting, but it all wraps up in the same because men are a battered species, especially a black man by black men.
Okay. I think that hear what y'all are saying makes me very sad if that is the norm. And I think, Chad talked about girls being taught they're pretty and things like that. I think that I would want to investigate the reason for doing that because I know I have 4 children. So I always tell my girls that they are pretty. 1, I grew up that way, but then 2, I understand as black women, we're not the standard of beauty. So I need to build your confidence as much as I can before you leave this house. So I think that there's reasons behind those things. Like why do we do that? We can't, it's not just because she's pretty and we just, want to build her up and belittle him. It's because the standard of beauty for her is at the very bottom.
That's fake, Ashley.
I'm sorry.
That's not real.
No, that is real. As a black woman, that is real.
I want you to hear this really. Even if you never told your daughters they're pretty, and I know, pat you on the back, you're a great mom. Because you have pretty children, think about when you were in elementary, middle school. You mean to tell me black boys didn't say that y'all were pretty? I know 100 men right now.
Never.
I know 100 men right now in Altamont who all think that your mom's children are for y'all, that they wanted to be in a relationship with y'all, tried to be in a, I can't go get my hair cut without people talking about Lolita. You can't.
I want to get back to the point because you're talking about us today. No, that was not our experience. That was not my experience growing up. But today, because of the women that we have become, they're looking at the totality of who we are. They're looking at what we've accomplished and how we carry ourselves. And it's a bonus that we're decent looking to the eyes. You're talking about men who have grown up and maybe experienced some of the women that the realists are talking about, and then they look at us and they say, "Oh, wait, hold on, there's a difference there." So no, men were not knocking down our doors, at least not mine, and saying, "Oh, I want to date Ash. I want to date Ash." I was the little sister that's getting kicked out the room. They nobody know. I never grew out of that little sister status until I became a grown woman. But
I was the
back
one.
to my point though. I want to go back to I feel like I guess I will stop speaking after this because the I guess you want general what goes on maybe more than what I believe, because I look at my life and I think that is the norm. So maybe I'm naive there. But talking about men not getting compliments, I think I dish out compliments pretty often. Like I tell Chubb, Chef, or Leroy or whoever, if I see a nice looking guy or somebody, especially they smell good, I'm like, hey, you smell great. Like you smell good. So I hear other women doing that. So I cannot identify with saying that women don't do that.
You and Brandy are not the norm.
They don't
Even
believe that.
other women that are not my sisters. I don't know.
So
I don't get it. Yeah, I'm getting sad, I guess.
I'll say this. For them to say we were cute, I was always, you're the ugly sister. And is cause I got some good looking sisters. But that's what I got. Wasn't nobody telling me, Brandy, you're pretty. Chad didn't even tell me that in high school. So no, I wasn't getting that at all. At all. And then also I was told recently, because I told a guy he was handsome, he was like, "Oh, that's very masculine of you."
Yeah, you
You,
can't. What
you
that's what
are
I'm
an
trying to say.
anomaly, Brandy.
Yeah, but and then also, man, when you deal with guys, this new modern stuff is weird to
This
me.
guy was 47.
Yeah.
This conversation is
Which
making me
goes
sad
back
too.
to the emotional intelligence of women over men, which women are far more emotionally intelligent than men are.
No.
Yeah, they are, and
No.
and science proves that. I don't even know why this is an argument.
It
Like,
shouldn't be a
science
debate.
proves that the maturity of women over men, even earlier and through life, is absolutely different. Which is why there's the maternal factor, right? Which is why there's this thing that children have emotionally towards women more, and it doesn't have to do with anything with them being conceived in them. There's tons more research out there. Just like women are just far more emotionally intelligent than men. I think men have fragile egos. As a man, speaking of that, I have a fragile ego at times, right? And I don't disagree with you, the realist, and certain things that you were saying. But I also want to go back to, like, there are just visceral reactions that happen between women and men that are very different, and it particularly when it comes to emotional things and when it comes to hitting someone's ego. And like, that's the real conversation that we're having, is around like whose ego can take more. And that's what I'm hearing.
I think that not to stop the conversation.
Hold on, real quick, Chad.
Those who are collected here in this conversation wouldn't represent the statistics, right? That's why we're having this conversation. There are men who are having dialogue that wouldn't normally talk about this stuff, and there are women who have opinions that are not docile. I love this. We're changing like the norm, but this is not the audience that would represent the population. We're kind of the special group.
I appreciate that, Chad. Hey, but y'all really gotta walk me through something right real quick, man. And I appreciate y'all perspective. And I love y'all. And I mean this, but just because, let me ask this question: are you saying because women mature emotionally, become more emotionally mature earlier than men, that means that they're more emotionally intelligent? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
No. Okay.
So what makes them more emotionally intelligent than men?
So I think about this, right? I think about someone who, I think you would appreciate this example or analogy. But it actually, yeah, I probably am saying that now that I'm thinking about it when I'm going to say this analogy in this way. Experience is really important. So if someone experiences something earlier and is able to sit in it a little bit longer and is able to learn in it far more frequently than something else, right? So let's say, I think 12 or 13 is when women, young girls, young ladies, tend to sit into their maturity a bit more. And it takes about to 16, 17, even 18, and sometimes 21 for men to really get into that. Women have a little bit more time to kind of sit in that, learn through it, right? And so they have more time to be able to make mistakes, learn through it, understand what's happening, than men do. That, and again, that's just science. That just happens to be the thing. And they have a very different. And Dr. Jackson, correct me if I'm wrong on this. I'm pretty sure I'm right. And when I say I'm pretty sure I'm right, I know I'm right because there's the psychology of it. The women have a very different. That's what estrogen actually feeds into. Right, the testosterone feeds into a different part of the brain, which makes it a very fight, not a flight, not a freeze, not a right. And so, with that being said, there's an emotional intelligence. There's a higher factor of emotional intelligence that women have more than men. And so, actually, essentially, yes, women have more emotional intelligence. Now, to Chad's point,
hold on. Now, hold on.
No, I think this is important.
No, I know, but you saying the Chad point.
This is important. To Chad's point, though, we're preaching or we're trying to teach to a group of folk that actually get it, that actually understand the sociology, the psychology, the economics, the whatever isms to it. And so it feels different, and it's going to be a different conversation, and it's going to feel so. But in the retrospect of the general, yes, it is. Women are far more emotionally intelligent than men are, which is why it cuts a little bit deeper. Which is why, back to my earlier point, men tend to be a bit more physical because the fight jumps in when the emotional intelligence is not there.
And also with that, men are required to quell their emotions, like hide them. Don't show don't cry, don't do this. You have to hide them. But women are encouraged to work through their emotions.
Evolution.
You're going to cry, so you have to. Why are you crying? Da, 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 da. So I think that's what will make women, not all, more emotionally aware or intelligent. As
survival, the men had to hunt and to get
I gotta
food,
follow.
and
I gotta follow.
I got
a follow-up question, because even if you trying to use survival mode as a reference point, even in survival mode, there's a level of emotional intelligence that's required to actually survive. So, but I do want to ask you this. So again, you are saying that because they've experienced this for such a long time through the time frame, that means that they are more emotional intelligent. So my question is, can somebody experience something and still not apply what they've experienced?
100%, 1,000%, 17,000%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Because
infinity percent.
Infinity. And I don't disagree with what you're saying, the realist. I do hear what you're saying as well. But I just think when we're coming to numbers on things like
So you want to say something, Ash, real quick?
Yeah, I do. I think I agree with a lot that Chef has said. I think that women are more emotionally intelligent, especially when it comes to the fact that with child rearing, the baby for the first almost year is only communicating through emotions. They're not articulating anything. So we have to learn how to decipher these emotions. But even though I feel that women are more emotionally intelligent, I do not think that they articulate their emotions the best.
Agreed.
I think
Agreed.
men are able to articulate their emotions the best.
Agreed.
If they're able to process their emotions accurately, they're able to articulate them the best. Even though women understand their emotions, it's hard for them to say it. So
I agree.
that would be my
Yeah, I think
That's real.
I think part of emotional intelligence is really how you really communicate that part as well, right? So, but but dang, I lost where I was going. So I think I was asking you. You were saying because of the experience that the longer time of experience, that's what allows them to be more emotional intelligence. And then my follow up question was, hey, can does that mean because they've experienced it for such a long time? Does that mean that they're gonna actually apply it? And the reason why I believe why I'm asking that question is because I believe though women may experience it women may become more emotionally mature at an earlier age. How they what they do with that what they do with their experience it what they do with their experience and how they apply it is something completely different. So I can be emotionally mature about something, but to be emotionally intelligent about what I'm mature about requires a level of logic. It does require a level of understanding, and it does require a level of what I would call emotional control.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And I think Americans in general don't have a high level and a high sense of emotional intelligence.
right. So
So yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I don't disagree that they do become more emotional mature, but from an emotional intelligence particular standpoint, that's why I'm saying I think men are more emotional intelligence because when it comes down to the display of the emotion, it's not always displayed in the most intelligent way, and it's not always communicated in the most
Yeah.
intelligent way, and it's not always handled, what I'm saying, in the most intelligent way. So I think when I speak of emotional intelligence, I'm not just speaking from a place of how you handle your own emotions, but when you're in a conversation with somebody, how you care for both people's emotions, right? Then that to me, that's emotional intelligence, and not just understanding yours, but also how while you're in the conversation, understanding the other person's where they're at in their emotional space and how you navigate through that space.
The fabric of emotional intelligence, though, requires several layers, and it's not just how it is perceived in. So like emotional intelligence is like the self-awareness around things, how you understand information, how you
Right.
communicate that information, and then how you hold on to it to do better with it, right? And so the
Right.
person who is like, what the WTF is this man saying, right? That's not a high level of emotional intelligence because they're not really trying to understand and sit in what is happening in the full level of the conversation, right?
that
And
comment bothered you.
Right.
right.
That was 10 minutes ago.
The
Right. But
emotions were triggered.
I'm emotionally aware enough to know
I
that
think
comment
that all
bothered
of
me,
those
to
things are
know that
different.
this person is not really sitting into that.
I
But
love
also
that.
it goes beyond just it goes beyond it goes beyond the feeling. It's
Right.
everything else after that. And
No, I
and
think they're all
as the
different.
sociology person said, Chad,
I
right?
want.
Like there's layers to it that we're also not speaking to and sitting in.
I think that they're all different. I think that being emotionally aware is different from being emotionally intelligent. Is being different from being able to articulate your emotions,
Which is
because
communication.
you run into people who are intelligent all the time, but they don't say anything. So you might not even know their intelligence. Just because they're not displaying it to you doesn't mean that they lack the intelligence that they have.
That's
A
called
lot of
autistic.
hold on,
That's
I'm
just
No.
not done. I'm not done. And then I was gonna say that people who are autistic are oftentimes super intelligent, but they're not able to display that intelligence. So it doesn't mean that they lack what they have internally. It's just they're not able to articulate it to the person or persons in front of them. So again, I still say that women are most intelligent because they understand what's going on, but they just aren't, because they don't display it to you doesn't change what they have on the inside of them.
Yeah, but I don't know where the word lack came from because I don't think I ever used the word that women lack anything, right? So because
No,
I'm not saying that.
I didn't say that word because it came from someone else. I'm using that word because it came from me.
Okay. So that's not how you understood what I was saying. Then is that correct? Because you wasn't
No,
understanding that
when
I was
y'all were saying
communicating that.
emotionally intelligent, y'all were saying able to say it and display it and being able to consider the other person in front of them. Like you were giving a lot of different definitions of what you felt emotional intelligence was, and I feel like those are not the definition. Those are all different things. Because I understand the person in front of me and I'm concerned about their feelings based on what I'm saying, that doesn't equate to emotional intelligence. That could just be somebody who's caring. You could still have concern and compassion for somebody in front of you and still not be able to process the emotions.
And I'm going to have to agree. I think they're on different levels, and this is coming from another sociology person. There are levels to things. However, I do believe that being able to communicate your emotions is completely different from emotional intelligence. That's just communication. And your emotional intelligence is based on yourself. Your empathy and sympathy is based on the other person. So you can lack empathy and sympathy and have emotional intelligence and still not be able to communicate yourself. Those are different things.
Come on, no, you did that though. Yeah.
You wrapped that up.
I would like to thank the Academy, my mommy, for forcing me to get an education.
exactly
what I Angela just Bassett.
That's exactly what she
That
said.
I think that's exactly what I just said.
That
She
was
just
good.
wrapped it up in different words, y'all. But whatever. Thank you,
That
sis.
was good.
Thank you, sis. So,
Okay.
and that's another example.
Put that
because
comment
I
back
was
up.
not able to articulate it as well as she was. That's a prime example.
Or I had time to sit in what was being said and deliver in a different way.
And I love that. So I think that we can all grow from this. You literally got to sit and listen a little bit to learn something. Because sometimes
I'm sorry, Chad. What did you say?
Was that a joke? That was a joke. This is why guys don't get along with women, man. You know? They're like, you heard what I said. Sometimes it takes a couple of iterations to be heard. And this is what I think is the difference between emotional intelligence and an emotional quotient. Do I have like more levels to my capacity to hear you, feel you, and respond, not combatively, but literally, I heard you, I understand you, and here is my response. And I think we all have room to grow, for sure. And I actually grow from everybody here. Like, I really appreciate this dialogue.
I think
but that of course comes from a person who has a sociology like you and Brandy like clearly have
I'm in engineering.
the intellectual understanding of it.
I'm in engineering. This is data, right? So data actually tells.
I'm giving you a compliment. This is why men and women don't get along.
Right. And I want to say this for the record.
Take this compliment for a second.
This platform is so strong. Leroy talked about how a man, I don't care how smart you are, wants a woman to cook. Dr. Jackson got out of her bed, went into her kitchen, and started cooking for her man
with the gloves.
Right at that moment, she put gloves on and everything because as soon as Leroy said, "You want to lose your man? Don't cook for him," she got out of bed.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you something, Gerard.
Chicken at 10:45 at night.
I'm gonna tell you something, Gerard. I'm gonna tell you something, Gerard. And the nigga ain't even gonna give me a check for that. Ain't that something? I ain't even gonna get a check for that.
That nigga should zail you. That nigga should zail you right now.
Come on, right now. Right now.
Well, that nigga know I'm gonna be over there for lunch tomorrow.
What's the address? Drop it.
Okay.
Drop the address. I'm on sabbatical. I got time for lunch.
Huh?
Yeah, tell him to send me that. Tell him to run me that.
Run me my money. Run me my coins. Run me my coins, my boy.
Can I ask an off question?
Yes, where have you been? I've been waiting.
Who's that?
I swallow.
Thanks, Leroy, for knowing my voice.
Man. Hey, they say, hey, you know, like what Jesus say.
So is there a difference between resentment and unforgiveness?
Ooh.
Wow. Talk about silent.
Yeah, let the pastor go first, because this is a go, pastor. Go ahead.
There is. I think that unforgiveness can lead to resentment. I don't think they both have to exist at the same time, but I do think that there is a difference between unforgiveness and resentment.
Yeah, because I think you can resent what a person did to you, but forgive the actual behavior. But
Right.
forgive, you know what I'm saying, them for what they did. You know what I'm saying, but still resent the behavior. I'm sorry, Ashley.
No, I think you can resent someone who hasn't even done anything to you. I resent that worked out for you, but it didn't work out for me.
Right.
I think forgiveness has to be something that has
That's
happened
good.
to you. So you have to forgive an act that happened to you. So I think that they can run unset. I think they're totally separate.
Say that again. Can you say that again, Ash? Can you say that again? Say it slow.
Brandy, because I feel like you would appreciate
forgiveness requires someone to have offended you. So now I have to forgive something you did to me.
Say the resentment part. The resentment part.
I can resent that we both tried to start a trucking company and it worked out for you, but it didn't work out for me. I resent you for that.
Come on.
I think there is a difference between resentment and unforgiveness. And I had to type it out so I could see it for myself. I think I can forgive you, but if you keep doing the same thing over and over to me, then I'm going to start resenting you. And I'm going to start resenting the fact that I have to keep forgiving you for something, even though you keep harming me. So, like I believe Fletcher said, well, not even so, I can still forgive you. I can forgive you and let it go. But you keep doing it. So now I'm resenting you for it. And again, I'm resenting the fact that I have to keep forgiving you. And a wise lady once told me 7 times 77. She told me that several times, that I have to keep forgiving you over and over and over. So
But even if I don't have to forgive you over and over, if you do it one time and I forgive you, but when you go out, let's say you're married and someone cheats or they do something and you forgive them, you're living together, but they come home for work 15 minutes, 30 minutes late.
Yeah.
You're battling in your mind.
That's good.
Why they didn't answer the phone, and you're resenting them because you put me in this position. You broke this trust. And now I gotta fight myself every time I see something, every time a story don't sound off. I forgive you, but I'm resenting you because I didn't know that me and you could have this dynamic until you broke my trust. You know what I mean?
I honestly, I'm not the smartest person in the room, and this is one of those times I feel that way. I don't feel well. I honestly don't feel the difference between the two. And Ashley, I actually appreciate your breaking it down an example of that. But I still feel lost in the two. Like I just feel like resentment and unforgiveness seem of the same family and of the same cousins, right? They're cousins of each other. They could be siblings. And we know within our family how close siblings and cousins are. So it could be the same thing. And I don't understand. I don't think there is a difference.
So you saying they synonymous, basically. Yeah, that's what you're saying. They basically
I think they're symbiotic. Yeah, I think they have a very close relationship with one another.
And I think that's because of what Jay said, where if you don't forgive someone, resentment becomes a result thereof.
Yeah.
But I still say that you can forgive someone and resentment become a result thereof.
Yeah.
And you can forgive some.
Even if
is it true forgiveness if you resent them?
No, for my example, you can have true forgiveness. I forgive you. I forgive you for slapping me, and then you did it again.
But can you resent an action and not the person?
Ooh.
Right, and that's the thing that I get from it, and I feel like and even in Cher's example of forgiveness, and then after a while it turns into resentment. That still shows that they're two different things, because that unforgiveness has grown or morphed into something deeper, and now I'm resenting you. Like you're now, and I think that resenting deals with the person. You know, because now I'm resenting you. The forgiveness dealt with the action, but now you've done this action to me. Like even in Pastor Jay's example, you cheated on me. I forgave that, but now I resent you for doing it. So I think that they're not. I don't see. In every example, I feel like they're targeted.
Ashley, in that
That's
example that you
good.
just
That's
gave,
good, Ash.
and I still don't understand respectfully. Like I really don't. I don't. In that example you gave, how can you forgive someone and the action that you have associated with them is resented? I don't get that.
No, the action is not resented. The person, even
But
with
you
our
forgave
parents.
that person, so you didn't really forgive that person.
No, I did. Even our parents, there are things that they do that you forgive and you understand. Maybe that was just parenting, a bad parenting choice, or they just didn't understand me as a person. But you still hold on to that this happened, this person, or in a relationship, like Jay said, you still have a level of judgment for that person. Now I know how you think. Now I know what you're capable of, or whatever. I forgive you what you did, but now my awareness of who you are has changed.
Yeah. Right.
I still love you. I still want to be with you. I still want to be around you as a family member or whatever. But now my awareness of your capabilities has changed.
I have to
So
pray
now,
about this whole topic.
you said what?
I got to pray about this whole topic because I now, thanks to
Sinsuela.
I guess Sinsuela was the instigator. I don't quite know the difference, and I don't know which one is permanent or which one's temporary. They feel the same to me now.
No. They can't. They not the same because the reason why I say that because they can't be the same because you can. Well, let's just say you resented somebody, right? You can forget for. I'm just saying for whatever offense, for something you resented, right? That they did, right? Was resentment is just like a bitter indignation for being treated unfairly, right? That's what that is, right? Like you just deep, feeling of you just really want justice, right? It's just bitterness. So that's not the same as unforgiveness, right? Unforgiveness is you offended me, and I'm not gonna let that go.
Right.
I'm unwilling to let that go. But what you did when how you betrayed me, I can let that go. I can resent the fact. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it a whole buck right now, right? Now I want kids. I wanted kids by the time I was 40. Before I was 40. I'm 40. I'm 43. The last relationship I was in, there was this resentment towards her because the longevity that it took just to get to the space where we can be married to do it the right way. You feel what I'm saying? And and there was this resentment towards the process that it took, right? But I didn't resent her per se, you know what I'm saying? I was just frustrated and resented that I had to go through this process because now I can't even, now I'm at the point where dang, if I don't got kids by the time I'm 45, you know what I'm saying? I really feel lost and out of gas, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not resentful towards her. You understand what I'm saying? But the situation I definitely resent. The situation itself I definitely resent.
Are you unforgiving?
No, I'm not unforgiving in this. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not unforgiving in the sense of, hey, when the situation initially happened. So when the situation initially happened, I was hurt and upset with her about it. Right? You understand what I'm saying? And that's what led to, you know what I'm saying, the back part of what I'm saying with the resentment and stuff like that. I had to forgive that action. I had to forgive that action and then deal with the resentment.
All right. So here's where my brain went. And Jay, come in right after. You don't have unforgiveness. Resentment was what resonated, and then you dealt with it. Let's say, time machine, it happens again. Are you willing to be forgiving again and deal with resentment?
Heck, you want me to tell you something?
Or are you unforgiving?
No. Listen. Yes, I am. And I will say, and I'm going to venture to say this. We all do it every day. right? In relationships, right? There are certain things within relationships that trigger us, or that we know that we may have to deal with our partner. But every day we have to place ourselves in these vulnerable places for our partners to show up for us in a way that we know they may not even be able to. Right, and we resent that they don't show up for us in that way, and I can't be the only. I feel like I can't be the only one that has experienced that, right? And so then we
You're
gotta
the only
put,
one. I'm just kidding.
yeah, then
Every
we got
day,
to
20
place
times a day.
ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Back into that actual vulnerable space where we have to know, we have to actually go through the process of, this joke gonna piss me off, or it's gonna be whatever this kind of way. But I need a resolution. So I'm going into this situation for me personally. I know I gotta forgive, but I'm resenting what I gotta go through. But I know in order for us to get to the solution, I gotta go through that resentment.
I think that question that Sensuela asked kind of sums up where Brandy started today about standards and stuff. The only way, Leroy's right on the money. Leroy's right on the money. And I'm thinking this is what our grandparents had while they were able to get 40, 50 years. Because the first thing I thought about was two examples of popular movies, Fences with Denzel Washington and the movie Ray. In both of those instances, a woman is cheated on by her husband. He has a baby and the mistress dies and she's ending up raising the child. And there's a level of forgiveness that's displayed because the marriage is continuing. They're in love, but there has to be resentment with you changing that child. There has to be resentment with you watching this child grow. And you're working through that because it's bitter, it's deep. But forgiveness allows continuation until healing happens, because it's bitterness is what it is, right? Until it happens. But I don't think that resentment, unlike unforgiveness, I don't have any Bible, maybe Leroy can help me. I think it didn't tell you not to be resentful. It didn't tell you that you couldn't be hurt and be bitter, but it did tell you that you couldn't be unforgiving. So I think that they are two different things. They're very close, and I think you can be healed from both, but I do believe that it's possible to forgive and still resent.
I think resenting is deeper than unforgiveness. I think resentment is also, it's not I resent what you've done, I resent the position you put me in, but I think resentment is also a mirror. I resent that I allowed myself to get in this position. I resent that I'm sticking, like it's a part of you, it's a part of where you start to belittle your own self. You question your own judgment. Why am I doing this? Why am I allowing this? How did I get to a place where this man is hitting me? Or whatever, it becomes a reflection of who you are and the broken parts that now you feel you have. So I think resentment is deeper than unforgiveness. Unforgiveness is this act has happened and I have a choice to forgive it or not, and then move on with my life. Resentment, something has changed within myself, within this dynamic, whether it's a familiar or relationship, something has changed. And it's not going to go back. I can forgive you and get back to where I was. But resentment, there's a we've crossed, we're in another level now. We're in another place. We're not going back to 100% or whatever we were in. And I think that it becomes there's a slight level of anger. The definition uses bitterness, but that's internal. Like I'm upset about, like this is bothering me as a person. I can forget that you hit my car and keep moving. But if someone if you killed somebody in the car, that's different because now you've changed my life.
And I think that a lot of relationships break up over resentment, not unforgiveness.
Right.
That's good.
I think resentment is definitely more
That's
mental
good.
than unforgiveness.
That's good.
How can the
I'm gonna have to write that down.
Y'all, I'm struggling. Like I am actively, I'm texting Pastor, I'm texting Brandy. I'm like, y'all help me with this one. Because
is your emotional intelligence that you is your
okay, so what's the question, Chubb?
It's higher because of my degrees. but with but with that being said, I my question stems
Brandy
You might
looking at
again
be
what Dr.
right,
James
Chuck.
looking.
You might be right, Chuck. You might
because
be on to something,
I'm
Chuck.
honestly struggling. I'm like I'm
Yeah,
really
you might
struggling
be
with
on to
this.
something. Yeah.
This notion that you can fully say you forgive, and the forgiveness comes before the resentment. And then did you actually forgive? Were you actually in a, and this is not a, I'm struggling because now I'm thinking about all these uh situations of where I might actually have resentment and not have really forgiven. And I think that's really hard for me because Ashley, I appreciate your example of you hit my car, you put a dent in it, or you may have even totaled it at this point. But I forgive you for that because insurance is going to take care of it and it can replace my car. But resentment to me is the life that it cannot replace. That if you did take a life in my car, now that's that seems a little bit more extreme. And I don't I am not as deep as faith as a lot of folks on here, but I feel like I'm a very deep faith, and I feel like I try to lead like Christ as much as possible, and that I try to walk in that. Um, and I don't recall resentment being a lesson of um something that a hump that we cannot get over. And resentment sounds like a hump that's something that we can't get over. And I think that's where I'm struggling. I'm rough drafting this because I don't have the right words for it.
I
And
think that that's
because I am struggling with the notion of forgiveness. To me is the ultimate. That is the high level of where we want to be. Resentment seems below that to me, and it seems that as if we are still resenting, then we're not getting to this level, this nirvana, this level of Buddha, this level of Christ, like this level, whatever the notion may be for all the folks who are listening out there, for all the different genres, right? So
I think that
it's hard for me.
I think that forgiveness, because I'm not using any definitions, I'm just going by my thoughts. I think forgiveness would be more on the God side. Resentment deals more with humanity. I have, and like when I look at my mom, she had a massive stroke 14 years ago. I've forgiven the act. I get it. But I resent not having the mom I used to have. I look and I'm still struggling with that. I resent my children not being able to experience the mom that I had. I resent that she doesn't travel like she used to because there's been a shift in my life. And that's humanity. That's my humanity being angry or bitter with what has happened. But I have come to peace and I have had a come to peace moment, even though it took 9 years with God to say, okay, I get that this happened. And because it was a unforgiveness to God, which sounds weird to say, but that's my truth. And and if I can't be honest with myself and with God, then who can?
It's a
Anyway,
word.
I'm not gonna go into that.
Ashley is
But
and I mean this without being disrespectful. I mean,
yeah,
with true love, because we also had a conversation earlier this week, and I said something, and you're like, no, you can be 100 with me, right?
yeah, please.
Is that humanity or is that ego, or is it the same?
No, I don't think it's ego because I'm not. I don't think it's ego. I think that the humanity and ego are totally
Like,
different. I think ego is
does
like
it not seem like my children don't get to experience the mom I had because of this, rather than they get to experience whomever they experience in this moment, and that might be great enough.
and that's why I say I have forgiveness because I'm excited for my mom's life. But I still resent the change that has happened in my life. I still resent the change. And I think that that's where, and this is not about me, I'm just trying to use examples that I think that that's you can have forgiveness and still resent the change that has happened in your life.
I don't think you can have
So
forgiveness
I
for
have
God.
an example. I have an example also. And that's why I don't know if there's levels to it, but we spoke before about an abusive relationship I was in. I forgive him, for what he did. I resent the emotional scars he left behind.
What he do?
Show the devil in him. Bless the Lord.
God have
But I think when we switch from,
But you see what I'm saying?
yeah, but it sounds like we're saying we're forgiving people but resenting actions, like you know because or actions.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. That
Yeah,
people
it sounds
can
like we're
people
saying we're forgiving people but we're resenting actions or
correct.
the result of actions. I think, and even in Ashley's example, and being sensitive, not to be dismissive, to even say I have forgiveness for the act. My first thought was forgiveness to who? It's impossible for us to forgive God.
I've come to
everything
peace.
God does.
I've come to peace. I've come to a peace with it because I was angry with God.
Yeah, but even
not that I
in
forgive God, not that I'm saying I forgive God for being God. God owes me no explanation.
Correct.
God can do whatever He wants, whenever He wants, with whomever He wants. I've come to peace with it in my little brain, in my little world, in this little part. I've come to say, okay, I accept that this has happened, instead of always crying and saying, Lord, why?
Okay, yeah, that's because I think acceptance is different. I don't know if Sensuela's still on. I don't know if she asked that and she had a follow up to that.
I do.
Oh, sorry.
So what is a sign? Actually, I have two questions. So what is a sign that someone has actually truly forgiven someone?
When they don't resent. I'm going off. I'm going off mute.
I was just getting ready to say that.
No, I think a sign that someone really forgives is when they can interact with you without making you see or making you feel a certain way from being around them.
Say that one more time, Brandy, please.
I said I feel like ask the question again, Swallow.
What is a sign that someone can show or display that shows that they have truly forgiven someone?
Okay, yes. When they treat you well despite what you've done to them. Like they don't treat you in they don't show you. I guess thank you for agreeing with me. Help me explain it better. But I think that's a way, just showing the way they treat you is the best example I can give. The way they treat you.
For some of us that are actors and really good at
right.
How does that, like, how do you know someone is really treating you well? Because I could, like, I feel like I'm a great actor. And my career kind of says that, right? Like, I have to be in spaces where there are people that I don't actually fully respect, and yet I make them feel like they're the most important people in the room. And I work in politics, right? So I have to do that often. But I do it because there is something that comes greater on the other side for the people that I'm representing. But that's an act sometimes in front of them. So how do I know that? And I think this is a sub question to Sensuela.
Right. Because there's this story that I read where the mom, she's telling the little boy to sit down, and he doesn't want to sit down, and so she tells him again, sit down, and he's refusing to sit down, and so she makes him sit down. But then the story says, then the boy says to himself, even though I'm sitting, I'm still standing on the inside. So you have a display that you're being obedient, but on the internally you're totally different. So I don't think your actions can show forgiveness. I think in those, like, and I want to say this. My mom told me what's in your heart will come out when you're angry or afraid. And I was driving, and this lady like jumps out, and I'm like, oh, S. And she's like, see, those are the moments when you know what's really in your heart. You cannot do it around me, but when you're angry or afraid, it's going to come out. So I think that when you're in certain situations and it should be a trigger for you, but you don't try to bring them down with it. You don't you don't beat them, and you don't call it back up. Those are the times that you're really showing forgiveness.
And to add on to that, I thought forgiveness was for you, not for the other person.
Oh, I didn't know who that.
You better
That's
come on,
Emerald.
chicken gloves. You better come on with
And they'll
chicken
touch
gloves.
everything with these chicken gloves.
Chicken
I don't
fingers.
watch her
Well,
touch
I
the
wash my
fridge.
hands every 2 minutes, ma'am.
I don't watch her touch the
Emerald
fridge.
Lagasse over there.
I don't watch her touch her clothes. This is a chicken house.
Got salmonella all over the kitchen.
After
But
I touched the chicken, I washed it with soap. Calm down.
That's
you did what?
wait.
Don't know.
I washed
We're
the
gonna
gloves
gloss
with
over
soap.
that. We're
Oh, I
gonna
thought
gloss.
you said
I
you
thought
washed
you
the
said
chicken with
chicken.
soap.
I said I washed the gloves with soap.
Who
Brandy
are you
gloss
looking
over
for,
that.
Dr.
herself for
Jackson?
lunch. Brandy had uninvited herself for lunch.
Yeah, you ain't coming no more.
Oh, I know where you live. You can't tell me what girl. I know the garage door code, and I agree. If they don't bring it up, if they don't bring, but that's interesting because if
I
it keeps
disagree with
happening,
that.
if it
Yeah.
keeps happening,
If it
I'm
keeps
gonna bring it
happening,
back up.
yeah. If it keeps happening, I
I
disagree
didn't
with that.
forget.
No,
I
I'm
just
not talking
forgave
about.
you.
No, I'm not talking about the situation happened with them. I'm saying you could be watching TV and a similar, or it could be a trigger. You're like, well, remember when
Oh,
you
okay.
Oh yeah.
yeah, remember, like when you see it, when something happens, that's what I'm talking about. You're not bashing them. Remember, I caught you doing that. You know, it's like, okay, you gonna let it go if we not.
I think the sign of forgiveness is when the victim goes out of their way to make the assailant feel as if they didn't do it.
Oh,
When
I'm not doing that.
yeah,
Well,
I
I ain't
think
forgive nobody then. God dog it. I'm not gonna
Well,
forgive
I'm
you.
not doing
You
that. I'm
feel
already
better about
feel
hurting me.
good about what you did to me.
no. I didn't say make you feel good about it, but I often say, and I teach that, especially with relationships, that you have to fight inside your own head when you forgive somebody and you want to stay with them. You can't bring it up all the time. When you see you have to fight yourself and say, don't overreact, don't trip. You forget. You have to do that, and then you'll get to a place where through love, and I can only go with the scriptures. Jesus said he threw it in the sea of forgiveness, and the only location or destination we have for forgiveness is a sea. And when things are thrown in the sea, they're usually never seen again. And I think that's how we have to be with actions.
Well,
I
I'm gonna
think
say this. I ain't Jesus.
I heard Mother Washington. She said, "Yeah, Jesus still in the sea forgiveness." She said, "But some of y'all got scuba gear, like y'all calling it
And
out."
fishing poles.
I thought that
Some of
was
y'all got
hilarious.
school good.
right.
Right. But I
Yeah.
think that
You have
I would say that that's not forgiveness. What you're saying, like you're trying to remind yourself. I think true forgiveness is when you start and is when you can honestly wish well for that person.
you said I'm trying to wait. You said true forgiveness is. I didn't say you're trying to remind yourself. If someone offends you
No, you
and they
said you have to tell yourself, remember you forgave them, like don't make this a big deal, don't blow this up. If you got to do that, then maybe you didn't forgive. But
no, but
I
I'm
think
saying that
when you can
we're
really wish.
humans. We have memory. When you forgive somebody, you don't lose memory. So you have to remind yourself to monitor your responses until you get to a place where it doesn't come up anymore. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying because we're human. You have memory. If somebody slapped you on Monday, you haven't forgot that on Tuesday. You just have to
Right,
talk to yourself not to bring it up on Tuesday.
right.
They won't be there on Tuesday.
That part. My sister Lolita,
No
she
Tuesday
checked.
for you.
My sister Lolita checked me because me and the father of my children, we were at odds. Was kind of still are. Anyway, who else? But I was like, well, I just meet him at the corner store to get him the girls. I don't even want him driving on my street. And this is after I said I forgive him. She said, you haven't forgiven him. She said, if that's your response to this, you should be able to see him and be cool, calm, and collect. Like it should not even bother you. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. And when I got to the place of wishing him well and honestly meaning it, that's when I knew I had forgiven him. Because I can't display forgiveness to him. We don't see each other. We don't talk. But when I know that I want the best for him and his relationships and his finances and whatever, that's how I know I've forgiven him.
Chad done had 17 scene changes in this
Right.
in this broadcast tonight, and this one is not. This is I don't know if he's on a movie set or what.
Right.
He done been outside under the stars. We've seen airplanes go by. I seen the SpaceX rocket ship go up.
He
A hot
folded
air balloon.
clothes.
Yeah, this is a lot going on, Chad.
All I'm asking for is understanding and forgiveness. You know?
Chad, get ready to Netflix and chill off the solo sip, baby.
I got a 7:00 meeting, so I'm about to.
This okay, yeah, you should. Yeah, you might
Good
want
night.
to get on up. What was your next question, Sister?
So can you forgive someone but don't have any dealings with them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
1000%.
Please and thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and my
So,
last
Next
question.
question,
so
Sinswalla.
I was
And my
like, so
last question.
based on my last statement, forgiveness is for you, not for the other person.
I would
Okay, so my
disagree with that, Dr. Jackson. I would, I
Why?
would, I would, I would think it's a both and.
Me too.
I think that the forgiveness is for me, so that the other person can also coexist in a way of
But
peace.
also, what if the other person doesn't know you're seething inside? Because a lot of times you can be upset with somebody and they don't even know that you're mad.
Then it's not. I mean, that's not true forgiveness. And I get that, but like the whole point of forgiveness is, and I my opinion, the whole point of forgiveness is so that we can coexist with one another. And so therefore it's for me and it's for you, because if I don't forgive you for this thing, then you're not going to be able to exist in the world that I am in a productive way. And that's for me, as a Taurus Gemini, that I had to
I'm
throw that
sorry.
in there. You felt me, right? So I do that, and I do think forgiveness, for me to walk in a beautiful light and to have the the a great rest of my life, so I'm not thinking about you, but it's also, I don't want you thinking about me. I want you to think, I want you to have a beautiful life as well, if I truly forgive. But that was my disagreement to your earlier comment, but I forgot Sensuela's question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so someone asked me this question the other day, and I'm gonna pitch it to y'all. So this person is going through with it with their boss, as Chef has mentioned, something he didn't have. He don't have respect for somebody, so he's basically acting. But this person isn't acting with the person that offended them and disrespected them, and they want to keep their distance. So they're trying to figure out if they have unforgiveness in their heart, or are they just trying to stay away from that person or that situation?
You said
Self-preservation.
boss?
Huh?
You said boss?
Correct.
Self-preservation.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
is
that's
it
the one.
unforgiveness? Because they every time they see the person, they get an attitude, or they don't like the person, but they want to know because they want to do better. If they're harboring unforgiveness in their heart towards the person that they see and can't stand because that person disrespected them.
I think
Did you address? Did this person address the situation?
I told the person
99.9% of the time they did not.
Yeah, because I
correct,
feel
did not.
yeah. Because my advice would be first, you can't to me is I find it difficult for people to reconcile certain situations like that without first addressing it to the person, right? Because when you hold it in, they gonna do that, make you that much more mad every time you see the person. Because I'm one of them people that's like that. Like if somebody try me and I don't really want, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just like, if I say something, I already know what time it is, so I don't say nothing. But every time I see them, I'm like, damn, man, this PAN, you know what I'm saying? And then I may think like that, you know what I'm saying? So, but when after I say something to them, you know what I'm saying? Then I feel a lot better. I'm like, all right, I can get past this, you know what I'm saying? So until they say something, it's gonna be tough.
Does this person want to keep their job? That's the real question. No, no,
They
I
do.
mean that. I mean
They
that
do.
with respect. I
They
mean that
Okay.
want
with.
to keep it.
Keep
Okay,
that comment. We'll be. I'm gonna. Be right back.
I'm
Keep
sorry,
it.
Brandy.
We'll be right back. Right back. All right.
First of all, I think I had to comment. Let's talk about the commercial break. Let's talk
Love
about
it.
where we came
Yeah, and I
from.
want to see what the men on it.
Let's
I
talk
thought
about
that was gonna pop up.
let's talk about where we came from and where we are. We got a whole commercial break, y'all. I just want y'all to know we are there. We have made it. I don't know where we going, but I know we made it. That's that's what I'm not.
We're really a whole Roku channel. We got a cooking with
Correct.
Dr. Jackson.
Correct. And I recognize the eggplant. I
got-
see what was in the
We got a
commercial.
production set with chat. Hello, DL Dallas. Did you have any real quick, Chev, you want to say something? Sorry, go ahead.
She
DL,
does want to keep the person does want to keep their job.
yeah. So yeah. If this is really like a person that wants to keep their job, and I actually agree with the realist on this perspective, but there's a caveat to that, and I'm saying this from a place of having hundreds of employees, right? There's a way to present a grievance, and there's a way to say something respectfully. So I across the board, my staff know I have an open door policy. But that doesn't mean that that's a door that you can kick down, right, when it's closed, or that's not a door that you can take off the hinges, or that's not a door that it's revolving. It means that it's a door that if you are ready to have a crucial conversation and you're saying it respectfully. So one of the things that I heard that you said was this person resents and has an attitude anytime this person comes around. And that sounds to me as if they're ready to fight. And I'm not willing or ready to answer anyone who is ready to fight me. I'll sit in it, and then and then there's certain things that will happen after the fact or maybe during the fact. But if this person really wants to keep their job, I do think that there is reconciliation that can happen with superior, because at the end of the day, it is a superior kind of relationship, and it's all about approach. And I had someone say to me before, focus on the words that I'm saying, not the way that I'm saying it. And I had to say to them, the way you're saying it, there was this commercial, and Brandy, you'd appreciate this. There's this commercial, and it was the person walking, it was two white women, and one person was saying, "I love you," and was very aggressive. Mm-hmm. And that aggressive "I love you" was like, no, I don't feel loved by the way you said "I love you." But it can be someone that says, "You know what? I really hate you." And the words do matter, as well as the approach to those words. And so I do think there can be reconciliation, but it has to happen with your approach, how you say it, and if you really mean it, and then understanding the perspective and listening honestly to the perspective of the other person. Because what people tend to do with those in power is that they think they're always right. I don't know why there are balloons. I have no.
You're on your iPad. It happens.
Okay, yeah, I'm on my iPad. And with with those in power, it tends to be that they don't understand who we are, how we're dealing with it, what we've been through, and in fact, they've been through it several times before. And the reason that they're in that position is because they understand. But sometimes they need a check, and sometimes they need a realignment. And if you do it in that way, and if you do it respectfully, they can actually listen to it.
I don't see anything wrong with keeping your distance. If it causes you to be upset or aggravated. When I was in the Army, there was this one guy. He was a civilian, but he was still kind of a higher up civilian. We would eat lunch, and he would always ask me, "How's your lunch?" And it would irk my nerves because we're eating the same thing. "Oh, how does your chicken taste?" And I told him, I said, "I don't like when you do that." But he always would do it. So after a point, at lunch, even if he walked by with the meal, I was aggravated to the point where I'm like, I'm not eating lunch next to him. So I think that you can avoid people. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Actually, can I say, it sounds as if that person, because I've done that before, it sounds as if that person is trying to open up a gateway for you to say how you feel. And I do think that's a level of, I feel there's something that you want to say, and here's my way of trying to open up something to that. And I do even do it in my relationship, right? Like there's
What's that
ways
doing?
that
Yeah,
people
why are
try to
you
open up
showing this
something.
dog?
Dad, what are we doing with your dog?
I'm sorry.
Child, chat is on something else.
It's a dog show now.
But you see what I'm saying, Ash? Like I think that's like that could be someone that could be them trying to open up the gateway to that and not know how to do it. So it
No, I think he and I had a really good relationship until he continued to ask me that. And I think after the fourth time, I was like, hey, I really don't like when people ask me how's my meal, especially when they're eating the same thing. And then he kept doing it. I think he was trying to antagonize me.
Yeah, did you have anything to say? Yeah, Dallas.
Me? I've been listening for quite some time on Facebook, probably about an hour or so. And
Who's this?
I want to say to Ashley, if I'm eating Popeyes or if I'm eating Bojangles or whatever I'm eating, my taste buds may not be like yours. So just because a person asks, how does yours taste? Mine may be awfully nasty, but you may think it's good. So I would say just be open. I'm kind of like Chev, I think that is Chevalier. It might have been a way to open the door to just a casual conversation. And it could have been a promotion. It could have been anything, but you were offended because he asked you how your food is. If I'm ever in your presence, again, I'm going to ask you, how's your peppermint or your chewing gum, just to see how you respond. But I really enjoyed
this?
I don't know you, and I think for you, see, that would aggravate me because if you already know it's a trigger, if we did the same thing with him, he knew that was a trigger. So he would ask it. It wasn't because we worked together. We were in the same. We were both X-ray techs. We worked together. We had conversations all day long together. Like we were good until like just don't ask me that question.
How did he know that was a trigger though? Without you telling him. You said you told him after the fourth time.
Because of this right here.
No, the first time he asked, I said, "Oh, how's yours?" He's like, "Oh yeah, it's good." And he asked
when you rolled your eyes like that, Brandon, he thought it was bad.
No, he asked again. I'm like, yes, it's good. How's yours? He's like, oh, it's really good. I love it. And so I realized it, and it's after a while, I'm like, we're eating the same thing. Why do you ask me that?
But you know, I want to say this, and it's not taught often in church. People always talk about the spirit and things like that. I don't think we have the right to say I'm going to avoid people. Because if people are in our lives for certain reasons, and I think that you sometimes miss a great opportunity. You sometimes miss a great opportunity by not taking in the spirit of long suffering. Like that is a spirit. That one of the gifts of the spirit is to suffer long. Sometimes people do things to you that are aggravating, but they're not enough to discontinue. What if, let's say, peradventure, this guy needed someone to talk to. Not he was trying to open up a line of communication to talk to you, but what if there was something about him he needed to talk to you, and it was an opportunity for you, a spirit-filled lady, to find a way into that, and you're avoiding him because you're offended because he asked you how your food tastes. He didn't ask you what your
life for a season.
But I'm saying he didn't ask you. Wait. Hold on, wait. He didn't ask you what your bra size was, your panty size. He literally asked you what your food tastes like. That offended you.
Her intentionally to aggravate.
Right. Y'all missing it?
Y'all missing it.
No, we're not missing it.
No, we're not.
Ashley, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Wasn't he asked me the very first time? I'm like, don't ask me that offends me. That's not the case.
He was antagonizing
you. I told you, he and I worked together in the same room, the same X-ray room. We're having conversations. But when it came to lunch, I'm not eating lunch with him because that aggravates me. I'm not avoiding him all day at work, but I'm not going to eat. There are things that are pet peeves to a lot of people. Crunching ice. Some people don't like to hear the crunch of ice.
Smacking.
You're sitting with smacking. If you're sitting with someone that smacks, you're not going to continue to sit with them. That's not suffering long.
Do you? Would you?
That's a non-negotiable. That's a standard of mine too. You cannot smack. That's a standard.
A non-negotiable. Y'all need to be on Love Is Blind.
Yeah, but
I want to.
But
I know you need to be.
I think back to Sensuela's point though. She's talking about there are certain relationships and connections that you just cannot pick up and walk away from. Your employee to employer may be one of those connections. And if that person hasn't broken a policy, a procedure, a law towards you, but they just have something that bothers you or rubs you the wrong way, you just can't quit your job over that. You know, you have to suffer long with certain
around
things.
you. If you smell like cigarette smoke and I don't like cigarette smoke, I don't have to be in your face. I don't
and
have to
say that. But but you can say that and say it in a way. But for me, it's like, and I'm getting a little triggered, only because
forgiveness or resentment. Which one?
Yeah, people. I'm resenting this because people assume,
just mad as hell.
Yeah, I'm mad as hell.
Right.
And people assume that as someone who is in a supervisory position, like, you assume that we know what your facial expressions or any of those things mean, and we don't. And and if you don't say it, and it's particularly in a respectful way, because then for me, I'm gonna go back and say, if there's a promotion, a particular promotion for Ashley that people are talking about, and I'm like, you know what? No, because she doesn't know how to deal with people. She rolls her eyes every time I ask her about her food. And to me, that sounds like she doesn't really want to be around people so much. And so why would I? No, I'm. You shared your perspective. I'm giving mine, right? Like,
how this became about me anyway. But go ahead.
It's because you brought the example. That's how.
Yeah, no, but there was other examples. Why are we talking about mine? But go ahead.
Because you brought the example. I'm just giving.
Let's follow that with an example. Let's do an example.
Okay. 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 It's
now Ashley resents being mean to them.
No, and I've said several times. I told him after about the 4th or 5th time, hey, I don't like when people do that. I didn't give him attitude.
Is that a general rule though?
I sat down again. He did it that 5th or 6th.
What a general rule?
After that,
if you and I go to Olive Garden tomorrow, and I ask
Olive Garden, season 52, season 52.
I can't afford it. If we go to Olive Garden tomorrow, and I ask you how your food tastes, your zuppa castana, what is it called, Brandy? The zuppa something.
Super Toscana. Don't be asking me questions about this.
Yeah. So, and I ask you how that is. Is that our last time going out to eat?
No.
So it wasn't that he asked you about your food. You said, I don't like when people do that. What was it that you didn't like?
Can I say something? You asked me about the soup on Monday. We go to the same place on Tuesday. You asked me about the soup again on Tuesday. We go to the same place on Wednesday. You asked me about this freaking soup again on Wednesday. The soup is the same, my guy. You're eating it with me. If you don't like it, then you don't like it.
So you don't like the repetitive question.
That's not going to make it good to you. Stop asking me the same question over and over and over, day after day after day after day. You're doing it to recognize me, and that's not cool.
Yeah, let's go on to something else, because you know what Jay Black doing? He doing what the dude in the lunch is doing. You know
no.
I picked up what he was doing. Because clearly you can hear from the intentions based off of conversation that this man was antagonized.
I'm shocked that you would. Hey, listen. I'm shocked that you would let a harsh indictment against me.
With Gerard, because she's antagonized too.
No, Ashley. By all means, I get what you were saying. I was just saying that the taste buds could possibly be different. Now, from what I got, you deal with this dude all day at work, and you don't want to be dealing with him during your lunch hour. It don't matter what y'all's talking about, what he's asking you. That's what I took from it. Like, give me my 30-minute or hour break, but don't throw me in there with nobody.
Say respectfully, my lunch break is my lunch break, and it's for me, and I don't want to talk about this food.
I don't want to talk to you at all.
So, hey, hold on. I have a problem with that because I feel like she doesn't owe him an explanation to explain why she does or does not want to eat lunch with him. That is why does she owe him an explanation?
Because I am coming from also there's one bias point, or my bias point in this. I will say that out loud. because I'm ready to be attacked after I say this. So it is a very biased point that there is a superior relationship there, and that's why there is a potential. There is an assumption that everyone wants to climb the ladder, right? And so, as the person in power, if I am speaking to you, it is I have an interest in who you are. I want to make a connection with who you are as well, and I
Chuck,
can't speak to.
Chuck, Chuck.
No, I'm not
Right.
finished.
I'm
No,
with
no,
you, the
no, no. Hold on,
That's
time
fine.
out.
And I
Hold
said
on.
I'm ready to be attacked, but I'm not
I'm,
finished.
I'm
Let me
not
finish.
even. I'm not even attacking you, Chuck. I'm saying, we not on Wall Street, brother.
I didn't
Let me.
say we were on Wall Street.
No,
Because
no. But
if
what
we
I'm
were,
trying to
I wouldn't be on my iPad on this.
what I'm trying to tell you, Chubb, is what I'm saying is, cause if me, I'm friends with somebody,
Who said that?
and I'm trying
Me.
to and I'm trying to tell you that, or whatever, and I choose to go my separate way. How
We're
I'm
not
trying to
talking
understand.
about friends, Leroy.
But that's the point that I'm saying. I don't even got that type of relationship with him, and
We're
you
not
saying that.
exactly. And so you're
Leroy,
I'm
can
missing
saying,
I
my
can I
point.
say this though?
As you're
The
getting
pro-
into the other point, you're
the
missing mine.
problem is our generation, because we grew up on styrofoam plates, styrofoam cups,
Not
and things
styrofoam.
and things of that nature, and we eat on these things and throw them away. This whole forgiveness thing and avoiding people, we throw away people too easy.
Yeah.
I believe that God puts people in our circle, whether it's through work, whether it's through friendships, through church memberships, and you have to have the spirit of forbearance. That's a fruit
But
of
you
the
also may
spirit.
have a spirit of discernment and discern that this
come on,
person may
man.
No,
not be
Come
in your
on, man.
step.
no,
Come on,
but we
Come
man.
on,
throw away people
forbearance.
to we throw.
Use the loan terminology. They know it.
Yeah. It forbearance is literally you singing off a key
But
next
Jay,
to me
Jay,
in
Jay,
church.
Jay,
I
Jay,
don't
Jay,
leave my church because
but
you sing
Jay.
off a key. I
Intentionality matters though.
But
What are your intentions?
but
If
no,
if
no, but
somebody's singing, if
Ash,
someone is singing off key, that's not something that they can help. If
it
they're
ain't
doing
even
it
that.
intentionally,
It's
that's
not
Well,
even.
she
different.
said, "Let the mask work
Yeah,
for you."
yeah. I
Didn't
think
she
we
say
get
that?
way too deep. I think because you keep.
I don't belong to myself. Every circle that God's put me in, I believe that
Yeah,
there's a
but
reason for me to be in it. I'm the light and the salt in that circle. And so if you want to ask me how the food tastes, I'm gonna find a way to minister to you in that. And if you're singing off a key, I'm gonna find, as long as you're not violating me. I'm not saying be a doormat, but I'm saying sometimes we gotta take stuff because
Tell,
we are the light and salt.
tell that
no,
to the
no,
dude that's also
no,
renting out the church.
Say
no.
what?
Hey,
Okay, yeah, long
but
I
suffer
didn't hear
that.
what you said.
Long suffer with the guy that's competing for the church space.
She
Okay.
said, "Tell the tell
but
the people
not
who's not
not
competing
even
for the church."
Long
even
suffer that.
not. It's not even that, Ash. It the
Ash,
context
Ash,
the context
Ash,
the
Ash,
context the
Ash.
context of
Now I
which.
got to call you when I get off the live because you showing
Yeah.
out on the live. Thank
Listen,
you. You just
No,
brought
no,
listen.
yourself
no.
an
You
hour
got to minister
conversation.
in that.
Yeah,
Minister in
no,
that.
no.
You
But
just
I'm
brought
saying,
yourself an hour conversation. I'll
I'm,
talk to you later.
I'm saying the context of which you talking about is not the same context that what Ashley is
Right.
Hey
talking
Leroy,
about.
I
Because
don't want to hear you and
you
Brandon because
keep
y'all
saying,
gonna
you
agree with
keep
Ashley every
no,
time.
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
want to
no,
hear
no.
that, cuz.
No, you keep using the word dismiss, and she keeps saying, "Hey, I never dismissed him. I'm just not eating lunch with him. I still had a relationship with him." So
Thank you.
it's not. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's like we
I can
talking
see
about
that point.
something.
Okay.
So it's like we talking about something that ain't.
You're right. You got me. I can see when I'm wrong. You got me. She
What's up?
didn't say she cut him off. She didn't block him. She didn't roll out. You're right. So she can talk to him just not at lunchtime. I got that. See,
Sensuela, what
brother,
was
I'm
your
easy, brother.
next
You're right.
part?
You're right, brother. You're right, Leroy. I got
I
that.
don't know where you and old Chevrolet
Sensuela,
went
did you
to.
have another part?
No, but I basically told the person that they should go and speak to their boss and ask them because it could be a misunderstanding or they could have had a bad day and just took it out on the person because some people do that, or they had something that, because I always look at it as maybe that person husband cheated on them with they cousin or something. It don't got nothing to do with me. They just having a bad day. Or maybe as a child they were bullied and now they're in the position of authority and now they want to just you know
Whoa.
try to use that to their advantage. But I told the person to try to, but they said that they don't want to do that because they're known from other employees that this person is a mean person and a disrespectful person, and that the boss associate themselves with other disrespectful, or their friends are also disrespecting people. So I was like, I just wanted to get y'all take on that. But
if they fear retaliation, they should keep their mouth shut.
If they fear retaliation, they should go to HR.
Right. And they should document a history
So
of it and
that
proof.
actually, like the legal, I want to give the legal kind of answer to this.
Yeah, if they haven't broken a policy or anything like that, what is going on? You can't go to HR and say
workplace bullying is a policy. So
right.
That sounds like workplace bullying to me.
If it rises to that level, though.
So
that's it.
They should go to HR. And if they don't feel comfortable going to HR, there are, depending what county that they're in, there are other things that they can do. That's the legal answer to it. The bias answer to it is depending upon the people who are telling them things, it could be folks who are not happy with what they're doing in their life or in their position as well. So they make up things that make this person seem like they're a monster, and maybe they're not. And so I think that they should go have a conversation with this person to really come up with their own intelligent, final synopsis of what this person might be.
And that's what the person did, because everyone was telling the person that the person is mean. They sat back, watched, and then they felt like it was an opportunity to, was like, okay, maybe not. And then come to find out the person actually is. So they actually tried to.
Then they should go to legal, and then they should leave their job, because that sounds like a very toxic workplace. And I think if they want to be in a job of happiness, then they should leave their a place of employment. If they want to be in a place that pays their bills, then they should stay there.
I agree with DL though. Document that stuff first.
Yeah. And look, man, I got a drop, but listen. I had to segue that. I got a drop into this. Look, y'all pick up, the track Two Girls on all media outlet platforms. Friday. Apple Music is by your boy Roy the Saint. It's gonna be under Roy the Saint. So,
this is a plug.
Yeah. This is a plug. Roy the Saint. You know what I'm saying? Song dropping. It's a single. It's fire. It's called Two Girls. March 7th. No. Yeah, what's the day? Wednesday? The 8th. Yeah, the 8th. Yeah, the 8th. It's going down. So y'all pick that up. I appreciate the support. I love y'all.
Love you too.
Yeah. March 8th. There you go. Yeah.
While we're segueing, we'll be right back.
That's the sound.
Okay, so this has entered into a 4-hour conversation.
Hey, Ash. Hey.
I don't know why she put that up there. I did not. Yeah.
Hey.
That was not approved.
Woo!
Whatever. Please come to the event March 22nd. We're excited. It's a great venue at 6464 International Drive. It's at the Esports Center upstairs. So
it's doors open at 6:30. The event starts at 11.
7.
At 7. I saw something at 11. Something
There's 2 events.
The birthday bash starts at 11.
The launch party.
And then Can you talk about the seats a little bit? Because I looked at the invitation. I was trying to figure out what these seats are because I don't like to sit with common folk. So can I get like VIP? Can I get
Yes.
like?
Yes, just email.
He means that. He means that.
For VIBP,
I have
you
platinum
gotta
shoes
you
on.
can text me for VIBP.
So this event isn't in Longwood, it's on International Drive.
Yes, we changed venues.
Oh, okay.
But parking should there's no charge for parking that I know of. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'll be out there with a cardboard box before the panel, a cardboard sign.
And can I one more follow-up question? Is this a
Doors open at 6 p.m. You have 7 a.m.
You have 7 a.m. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
and
It's a long event.
It's a conversation about
Whatever you want to talk about.
Men's perspectives on whatever women ask is what I
Love, sex, relationship, 50-50 or not. It's kind of a question time live.
Like an open forum.
oh like this, but
It's sponsored
like in
by
person.
Question Time.
Correct.
It's like this, but in person.
Correct.
Right.
Wow.
It's a panel of men answering questions, and they have been informed that they hold no punches. Somebody asks you a question, feelings don't matter. Say what you got to say. Answer the question.
And the realist and pastor are on the panel for this.
Are two of the people on it? Yep.
Lord have mercy. I'll be there.
Yes, please. We'll keep a mic at your VIP table so you can interject at will.
You're welcome. You're welcome, everybody.
So it's tables there, VIP tables.
Oh, look at it.
There are
Dr.
six
Jackson, we
there.
see your food you've been cooking for the last 3. We see your food.
There's about 4 VIP sections, and there's also 4 high top tables that are for sale. Everything else is just general seating.
Nice.
Okay, so Brent, I'll call you because I bought a. Okay, now I'm confused. Okay, Dr. Jackson, you cooked all that food to put in the refrigerator.
Yeah, because I go to work tomorrow.
Okay, well that's
because I go to
good.
work tomorrow.
What is wrong with
my oldest cousin? Ain't no good.
Ain't no good.
Ain't no way I can cook food.
All I know is have me a plate for tomorrow.
You gotta eat something.
That do look good. I ain't gonna lie.
It's real good.
What did you
Leroy,
cook?
I don't like the way you said
So
that.
what did you cook?
Curry chicken, cabbage, and coconut rice.
Oh wow.
Oh, you
Jamaican,
That sounds great.
Have me a plate. I'll be there.
Leroy got that sister out the bed and cooking tonight, boy. That's
Come on,
something.
man. That's all. That's what you
Right,
know.
look
What
what
I'm
Leroy
saying.
done did.
I
Look what
thought
Leroy
Leroy was
done
leaving.
did.
All you
I
need
thought
was a
Leroy
little
was
bit of
leaving.
encouragement.
So Dr. Jackson, do you fix sandwiches at 2:00 in the morning if he asks?
Ooh.
Yeah, if
Yes,
it's
I
me,
do.
She just cooked a
yeah.
5-course
Yeah, I
meal.
told you. I just told you if it's me, she gonna do it. Good.
If I wake you up at 2, let me. It ain't for a sandwich. Got to go. God bless you. I'll take care. You can believe that. God bless you, sis. If I wake you up at 2:00.
I'm gonna text you, Pastor.
Right. Show
Hey, she ain't to make you
Oh
no
my
sandwich,
God.
huh?
Hello.
You gonna be eating. Hey, you gonna be eating something, but it ain't a sandwich, huh, G?
Hello.
Does anybody have anything else to say about Love is Blind, Girls Trips? My goodness.
I missed the girls trip conversation, but I guess I'll watch it over.
Standards and unforgiveness.
I'm so scared. Love is Blind for sure.
God bless y'all. God bless you.
I don't even know what I'm hot.
Well,
I don't even know what
I
to
want
say.
to say I'm the Great American Puzzler on TikTok. So I'm asking if y'all follow me on TikTok. I do puzzles.
What was the laugh?
I do puzzles, and nobody's asking me how my meal is while I puzzle.
Come on.
since we're doing plugs, the Restored Church is a thriving church in Seminole County. And we meet Sundays at 10:30, 325 Station Street. We have a thriving youth ministry, and it's a lot going on. Meet us there on Sundays, 10:30 a.m.
Yeah, two girls. Don't forget, 2 girls.
They can come too. Oh, no, you gave your plug. I'm sorry.
They upstairs though.
Chev is one of the 40 under 40 for Central.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Yeah, that's nice.
The most shocking part about that is you look like you could be under 30. Isn't that something?
Look, I was a 30 under 30 for something else too, but thank you. But I with that, there are not a lot of people that look like us in that respect, in that perspective, and so it is very humbling to be named that. But it's also like, let's continue to lift one another up. Let's continue to blast it out as much as possible. And it has nothing to do with ego. It's to show that we know what we're doing and we know how we're doing it, and we continue to lift it up and do it really, really well. And just my other plug is I might be coming out with a photo drop of the best photographer in the Southeast, perhaps the country, but the Southeast of the United States.
Do I know her?
In the next few months. So y'all just kind of look out for that and just like kind of uplift that as well. And she might be a part of another perspective of my career and journey in the next 12 months as well. So I just want y'all to look at that as well.
Ooh. Ash and photography at the bottom of that screen, y'all.
Ash, do you travel?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Ash M has been all over the state. Let me tell you.
The country.
Yeah. I'll tell you.
Okay, well, Tampa's not too far, so.
I'll tell you what I told her later today. I was talking about Ash doing some work for her. She said, I hope she don't cost an arm and a leg. I said, no, she just costs a hand and a foot. Hello.
Correct.
It may cost you a little.
Right.
It may cost you a lot.
I'm okay with that. I don't mind paying for good work.
Right, but the return is 2 bodies. Come on. Y'all missed that one.
That part.
Oh, no.
They missed it.
Got it.
Up above my head.
Yeah, did you have anything you wanted to add? They all over here plugging themselves. It's electrical surge.
No plugs. Just
hopefully you come back next week.
Can I say one thing? Vote.
She asked me if I had anything to say, not you.
I'm sorry. But you said nothing.
But I was talking, but you cut me off.
Thank you, DL. I'm gonna wait.
Go ahead, dear.
I have nothing left to say, love.
Okay.
I will say that I enjoyed it. Pastor Jay shared it. I was watching it for quite some time on Facebook, and then I saw the link, so I decided to join on StreamYard. And yeah, I love your beautiful faces. I love the dialogue. Chev, you really can fix your face, sir.
Yeah. Is he frozen? He hasn't blinked.
No, he moving. I see them eyes twitching. You can fix it. There you go, baby. See it. Okay. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. And actually, I did watch your puzzle on TikTok this week or this weekend. I watched you.
I think Ash is frozen.
Oh, yeah, right. Frozen.
No, she is.
That's a real frozen.
Yeah, that's real
frozen. Yeah. Now she's gone.
Yeah, I enjoyed you all. Okay, Chev, it's your floor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I can, if I do this,
it's my floor. It's my floor, but I will allow you to stand on it.
Thank you.
All right, it's your square. Take the square.
Yeah. When I do this, that means I'm not trying to see. When I do this, I'm actually trying to see. That's what glasses do. It helps me see. Okay. So with that being said, please vote. Vote.
Oh, the shade for me.
Right now, we're in municipals. Right now, we're in primaries. Right now, there is an attack that is happening on our communities. I'm not saying it is a partisan thing. I'm just saying that if we don't get out there as people for our communities to vote in this very moment, our lives will be drastically different. And so let's practice our civic engagement. And let's please, if we're not registered to vote, please do so and vote as as best as you can. If you don't feel like you have the information you need to vote, please reach out to FloridaRisingTogether.org. That can help you with that.
Hey, Chef, real quick, can you drop a plug on? Because I know you're telling people just to vote, and a lot of people may think, hey, if I just vote for the president, that means something's going to change. So can you explain
Come on, Leroy,
the difference so that way, educate them, like tell them when they go to vote so that way they understand, how to win an election.
So thank you. So I'll take it in 30 seconds, actually. It's the elevator pitch. So with that, local and state elections are probably one of the most important thing, far more than federal elections. And so the people that represent you and your face on the very local level, which are your mayors, which are your which are your commissioners, which are your councilmen and councilwomen, those and council people, those are the folks that can represent you well. Although this presidential election will probably be one of the most crucial presidential elections of our time. It's the local people and the local levels so you're voting for state attorney, judges, you're voting for, again, commissioners, senators. Those are the things that you really want to focus on.
Right. So in other words, just because you vote for Trump or Biden doesn't mean that they're going to win. It's who you are electing to vote locally that represents the actual president you're actually putting into office.
Those are the policymakers.
Well, I have a plug since everyone else was given a plug. I am a guest speaker on March 23rd for the Investors Challenge, where they will be teaching people how to invest, build homes, flip houses, and all of the above. From 11 to 3, Saturday, March 23rd.
Also, it's birthday month. I'm just saying, for the very special March birthdays, and it happens to be our moderator, so no big deal.
Hi, that's me. And Men on Women's is on my birthday. It's my company's launch party. Blacklist is my company. It is my I guess my birth again into the business owning world, the entrepreneurship world. So the after party is our launch party, our after party, and a birthday party. So
is there a dress code?
There is no dress code. I'm just saying, be ready for some Uncle Luke. Score. So, you know what I'm saying?
What's the ticket price?
I'm sorry?
What's the ticket price?
Ticket prices range between $25 and $35.
Not for VIP, though. VIP is different.
VIP is different.
I need 3 people to buy a ticket and meet me there.
So if you attend the Men on Women event, you get into the after party for free? Or that's included?
Yep. Your ticket includes the after party access.
No, we actually clear the building out and have you pay to come back in. Just
right.
No, I didn't know how the venue is. Like if it's one area, then it's another.
No, it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's but you can come at 11 and go just to the after party, but you may as well just come to Men on Women's because after party tickets are going to be basically the same price or more. Prices do change after March 15th, and they're not going down. So, get your tickets now. And again, that does not include VIP. So, I'm excited. It's my birthday. Don't let me be the only one dancing on the floor.
How much is the VIP?
But one thing about you, you will be the only one. You will dance.
I dance Skippy.
I need to get me a VIP table.
Message me. Message me.
How you gonna get a VIP table and you one of the guest speakers? The Saint.
Well, I'm talking about after the whatchamacallit.
Correct. Come on.
It's a difference between the table because there's the high top tables and then there's actual booths. So the price is different for the two.
I want a booth.
I want a booth too. Does the booth come with a bottle?
I want a booth.
A bottle of holy oil, sure.
How many people in a booth can be in a booth?
I think you get about 6 comfortably.
Oh yes.
This is a dry event though, right?
No.
It's not.
What does that mean?
That don't mean you have to drink.
It's gonna be liquor. Nah. That's on you.
It's gonna be wine. Jesus turned water into wine.
Didn't he do it?
And somebody turned liquor, grapes into liquor. So, or whatever. I don't drink, so I don't know. But all the same, Angela asked if somebody can pick her up.
Child.
Girl, you in the opposite direction of international.
You got to go over 2 counties to get you.
Yes, it's my. I'm very
Angela's
excited.
out of control.
Big shout out to. Hold on. Shout out to. I probably spelled this wrong, and I'm sorry if I did. Shout out to Wild Gains for the marketing and the promotional and the help with the event. If I spelled that wrong, I apologize. But shout out to them. Appreciate you. So yes, be there. Don't text people, girl. So yes, come celebrate my birthday with me. Come celebrate the launch of my new business with me. I appreciate it. Have your questions ready. I'm ready.
It's a great ladies' night out too. So get your friends and come out together.
Yeah.
Get your friends.
Bring them.
Friends. Yeah.
Bring them.
The ones that's single and ready to mingle.
Come on, G.
Anywho.
The ones that's ready to get batched.
Come on,
Thank
G.
you all for joining. We appreciate you. Same time next week, Lord's will.
The ones that's grown and ready to get it on, huh?
Yeah. If you come in and you got your friends, you know your friends,
your friends.
Hey, hold on. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Look me up on Facebook. Send me the whatchamacallit. You send me come on right now. I ain't even playing. I'm up right now.
That boy sound like he up and got a tank full of gas.
Hey,
right. He's hungry anyway.
You know what I'm saying? And backed up.
Bye. Good night. Good night.
See, go to sleep.
Ew.
Go to sleep.
Since said ew.
Ew.
What did you say, Ash?
I said, I hope you come on the 22nd to the Men Are Women.
I actually will be in town that day.
All right.
But I don't know. I'm coming to town for my father's transplant appointment. So I don't know if I'll be in a good spirit.
That just shifted. What?
That's a prayer moment. But that's a prayer moment.
Right.
That's a prayer moment.
Lord,
I'm from Eatonville, but I live in South Georgia.
That's a prayer moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
1887.
All day, baby.
The town that Freedom built.
And still building. With all the crooks in the seat in the office. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to say that.
Come on, Family Dollar.
It's turning though. It's turning.
Whoa!
All right,
say that again.
I'm excited about the event.
Glory on that.
Right. So
My
again,
God.
go ahead and make sure you join us on March 22nd. So we can all sing happy birthday to somebody. I don't know who, but somebody deserves happy birthday. Thank you. Oh, God, stop it. Do it again. Going on all around me. There will be no confetti at this party. And again, tickets are available on Eventbrite. If you want VIP, go ahead and text me. Or if you want a section, if you want to be in the colored section, go ahead and message me. All right. Love you. Mean it. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. You guys in these balloons.
Bye.